All right. So let me go to Exodus, what you were just speaking about, actually. Um, so can you go over what was your question again there? Apologies.
Well, it says there's two distinct things in this text that I've noted over years, right? Um, One of them is that the King James Version puts the punctuation so that they arrived on the 15th. The Septuagint puts the punctuation that they were traveling and they arrived and they started complaining on the 15th. So it depends on where you put the punctuation as to whether they arrived on the 15th or they started complaining on the 15th.
Okay.
And so with the lunar Sabbath background, well, the Septuagint made the most sense, right? Because the pattern was 8th, 15th, 22nd, and 29th. So there we are. Now I'm looking at this and saying, well, maybe it's the arrival is on the 15th, and after they got there and got set up on the 15th, the next day was the Sabbath, and here they are, and they are and they start complaining because now they're in one spot and they have enough time to complain, right?
Yeah.
And so that this doesn't mean that they necessarily started complaining on the 15th. If they had started complaining on the 6th, wait a minute, they would have had to start complaining. They would have had their time on Sabbath and then start complaining on the 17th to make this work.
So here, let me go
At
down
least
to
the way that I'm reading it, maybe I should read it out loud here.
so that on the 15th day of the second month. Here, let me go to which
Check,
one is it?
check. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Shalom.
Mm-hmm.
Shalom.
Yeah, so here's the Septuagint translation. And they departed from Elim, and all the congregation of the children of Israel came to the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day in the second month after their departure from the land of Egypt. All the congregation of the children murmured against Moses and Aaron.
In the
It
wilderness.
seems to say the same thing as all the other translations. Let me go.
Well, the one that I was looking at had the punctuation like they started complaining on the 15th, and this one looked like they arrived on the 15th. So I
Okay.
don't know which Septuagint you've got there. And
This is just
anyway.
from, it's the Brenton Septuagint, according to Bible Hub.
And I
But
don't
this
know
one,
which one that I had that I was looking at when I dug this thing out either. It was like 15 years ago or more. Okay, so if we start with 2, they murmured against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness, that would not give that does not give the date that they started complaining then, just that they had arrived there on the 15th.
yeah. Yeah, which is
Okay.
interesting enough, right after the second Passover would be.
Okay. And then there was another way to look at it. On the 15th day of the second month after their departing out of the land of Egypt, and some people say, well, you have to count it then. It would be 2 months and 15 days, and that doesn't make sense to me. It would be
After
like,
coming out of Egypt?
yeah, it would be like a whole nother month and then 15 days. The second month being a 30-day count. That didn't make sense to me. It makes more sense to me that it would be the 15th day of the second month. And
Yeah.
then when it says they started complaining in the wilderness, that does not have to be tied to a particular time. And then we could go down through, well, if the Sabbath was on the 16th, they would have had time. Now they weren't even supposed to be, well, who knows? Did they start complaining on the Sabbath day, or did they start complaining the day after? Because if they started complaining on the 17th, or if something goes on here, somebody was saying that there's another aspect. I'm just causing too much confusion with all these different. Somebody said this, and these people say that, and somebody else says that. So, could we
Yeah,
read
no
it
worries.
and just make?
So, yeah, yeah, that's what we just read. So here's that Brenton Septuagint. It's from
Mhm.
Bible Hub.
Okay.
Yeah, it says on the 15th day in the second month after their departure from the land of Egypt, all the congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and Aaron. So I think that's showing that on the 15th day in the second month, they were murmuring against them.
Right. So that's what I had noted. And it's like, okay. And then they said this evening, you're going to see bread, and tomorrow you're going to see manna. And so to me, that put that 15th day as the Sabbath day. And that night, they started with the flesh, and the next day, they got the manna, and there was 6 days, so it would have been the 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, and they got the double portion on the 21st, and the 22nd was the Sabbath. That's the way I was seeing it. And so I'm asking the Father, is there another way to see this?
Yeah, so I don't see the 21st or any other dates in here that you were describing.
Okay, well, let's do the math, okay? They start complaining on the 15th,
Yeah.
and it says, um,
So he says, so on the 15th, when they started murmuring, and then he
mhm.
says, and Yahuwah said to Moses, behold, I will rain bread upon you out of heaven, and the people shall go forth, and they shall gather their, excuse me, gather their daily portion for the day, that I may try them whether they will walk in my law or not. And it shall come to pass on the 6th day that they shall prepare whatsoever they have brought in, and it shall be double of what they shall have gathered for the day, daily. And Moses and Aaron said to all the congregation of the children of Israel, at evening you shall know that Yahuwah has brought you out of the land of Egypt. And in the morning you shall see the glory of Yahuwah, inasmuch as he hears your murmuring against Elohim. And who are we that we continue to murmur against us? And Moses said, this shall be when Yahuwah gives you in the evening flesh to eat, and bread in the morning to satiety, because Yahuwah has heard your murmuring, which ye murmur against us. And what are we? For your murmuring is not against us, but against Yahuwah. And Moses said to Aaron, say to all the congregation of the children of Israel, come near before Yahuwah, for he has heard your murmuring. And when Aaron spoke to all the congregation of the children of Israel, they turned towards the wilderness. Then the glory of YAHUAH appeared in the cloud. And YAHUAH spoke to Moses, saying, I have heard the murmuring of the children of Israel. Speak to them, saying, Towards evening ye shall eat flesh, and in the morning you shall be satisfied with bread, and know that I am YAHUAH your Elohim. So this is all still on that 15th day, because this is when, and then it comes, and it was evening, and the quails came up and covered the camp. In the morning it came to pass, as the dew ceased round about the camp, behold, on the face of the wilderness was a small thing like white coriander seed, as frost upon the earth. And when the children of Israel saw it, they said to one another, What is this? For they knew not what it was. And Moses said to them, This is the bread which YAHUAH hath given you to eat, and this is which YAHUAH has appointed. Gather gather of it each man for his family, and a omer for each person, according to the number of your souls. And gather each of you with his fellow lodgers. And the children of Israel did so, and gathered some much and some less. And having measured the omer full, he that gathered much had nothing over, and he that gathered less had no lack. And each gathered according to the need of those who belonged to him. And Moses said to them, Let no man leave of it until the morning. But they did not hearken to Moses, but some left of it until the morning, and it bred worms, and stank, and Moses was irritated with them. And they gathered it every morning, each man what he needed. And when the sun waxed hot, it melted. And it came to pass on the 6th day they gathered double what was needed, for 2 omers for one man. And all the chiefs of the synagogue went in and reported to Moses. And Moses said to them, Is this not the word which YAHUAH spoke? Tomorrow is the Sabbath, a holy rest to YAHUAH. Bake ye what ye bake, and seethe ye what ye will seethe. And that is what is over. That is over. And all that is over to leave be laid for the morrow. So again, this is one of the verses a lot of people try to say, oh, look, we can't cook on the Shabbat. But this is actually talking about the manna bread, baking it on the 6th day. So when we were seeing over here, it was the 15th day still. And then the evening came and the quails came. And then the morning, that's when they found the manna bread.
And so that looks like it would be the 16th, correct?
Yep. And it came to pass on that 6th day, they gathered double what was needed.
So if we take the 16th, and then the 17th, and the 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st would have been the 6th day, and then the next day would have been the 27th. I mean 22nd.
I'm not sure where you're getting that number.
Well, if they complained on the 15th,
yeah,
and then the next day they started getting manna, so we have that's on the 16th, and then we have the 16th is the first day, and the 17th is the second day, the 18th is the third day, the 19th is the fourth day, the 20th is the fifth day, and the 21st, when they got a double portion, was the 6th day, and the 22nd was the Sabbath.
Hold on, I'm trying to figure out what you're saying here. So, the 15th day. This is when they complained. So all this is still speaking about the 15th day. And then at the evening of that 15th day, the quails came.
Right.
And he's talking about all the manna bread that came as well. He told them to gather it.
Yeah, in the morning. In the evening, it says, what verse did it switch with that? I marked it here. In verse 13, it says, it came to pass at even the quails came up. That looks like it would be the evening of the 15th. And covered the
Yeah.
camp. And in the morning, the dew lay round about the host. And that, and the manna was there, verse 14. And they said, what do we do? And he said, this is what you do. And that would have been the morning of the 16th, after the day of the 15th when they complained. And then he said, you gather this 6 days, double portion on the 6th day. And like if I was to write it out with the verses beside it and everything, it winds up with the 15th being the day they complained, the day that all these arrangements were made. The 16th would have been the first day of manna, and so the 6th day would have been the 21st, and the 7th day would have been the 22nd. And according to what we have here, with the other way of looking at it, with what you're sharing, is the 22nd would have been the 6th day of the week. And so I'm looking to see if there's some way that this passage could be understood differently than the way that I have understood it.
Yeah. That's something I'll have to study out more and see exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
But what I see, the 15th day, and then the evening and the morning, then the bread came.
On the 16th, right?
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Hey, do you have a piece of paper, a pen in front of you?
No,
Because
I don't.
this is how I had to do it. Just write out, 16, 15, and put the verse there, and then 16 and 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and that was where it was 6 days, and then 22nd was the 7th day from the 15th when they complained.
Hold on, let me switch to. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to study into that more. No, I didn't want to do a huge study here, but that's interesting. I know the dates that they give on, I forget what other chapter it is. It doesn't say that those are Sabbath days. I'll have to study more into what you're talking about there, sister, and see what I come up with. Let's see. If anybody else has anything they would like to add as well, feel free.
The 16th, the Sabbath.
Yep.
Gather twice as much on the 22nd.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll study that out more, sister, and let you know what I find in my findings. But here, can everybody see the screen? Or is it still?
Yes.
Okay. So I wanted to go over the calendar a bit, all the scriptures that are going to support the calendar, what we found that's going to support the divider day that happens every year in the Dead Sea Scrolls themselves. And then after this, I want to also get into, the New Testament connection and Cave 7, which was found in the Dead Sea Scrolls as well, which is a really amazing find. All right, so starting here in Genesis, and it's going to be 1 and verses 1 through 5. So in the beginning, Elohim created the Shamayim and the earth. And the earth came to be formless and empty, and darkness was on the face of the deep. And the Ruach of Elohim was moving on the face of the waters. And Elohim said, "Let light come to be." And light came to be. And Elohim saw the light, that it was good. And Elohim separated the light from the darkness. And Elohim called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there came to be evening, and there came to be morning, day 1. So here we can see before the starting of the counting of day 1, which was the light, so which began when the light was created, there was a formless void of darkness that existed for an unknown amount of time. So taking this into account, we're going to see there is a division of time before time that we see, or a divider that is accounted for in Creation Week. So since Creation Week is the standard to start each year, we must take this void amount of time into account as well. And this is the divider day that's going to separate the years. And Yahuwah works in divisions. So he divides the light from the darkness, he divides the days, he divides the weeks, the months. So why wouldn't there be a yearly divider as well? And this divider day keeps the calendar in sync with the heavenly markers each year, without drifting behind them, then adding 7 days to the year to catch back up. Yahuwah didn't give us the heavenly signs and then tell us to wait until a Wednesday, or let the signs drift forward each year to catch back up to them. So this picture here, it's a visual example of what we just explained there. So Genesis 1 through 2, it's going to be, when this darkness was here. When he
Could
said,
you
"Let
please
light."
take a picture of it and put it where we could look at it? Could you please take a picture of it and put it where those of us who aren't getting any your blurry blue
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit, but I think I heard what you said. Let me share it. So we're going to see this void of darkness here, and then the light was created, which started the marking or the counting of when day one started, because this is going to be our standard for the whole rest of the week. So we see Genesis 1 through 2 is describing this darkness. Genesis 1, 3 through 5 is talking about when the light came to be, signaling when we're going to start day one. And then evening, and then morning. So all of this is constituting the first day, day one. And so in Enoch 72, 4 through 6, you see, and first there goes forth the great light named the sun, and its circumference is like the circumference of the Shamayim, and he's quite filled with illuminating and heating fire. The chariot on which he ascends, the winds drive, and the sun goes down from the Shamayim and returns through the north in order to reach the east, and is so guided that he comes to that portal and shines in the face of the Shamayim. In this way he rises in the first month in the great portal, which is the 4th. So we're going to see here in verse 5 of Enoch 72, we can see it shows the sun is entering into the portal of heaven and then shines in heaven. So that's going to be right here. Where is it at? So guided that he comes and he shines in the face of heaven. And then in that same way, he rises in the great portal, the 4th portal. So this is the next verse after it right here. So he's describing 2 different portals here, and one of them is in heaven, this unnamed one, which is marking this yearly divider day. And then the other is the great 4th portal, which is starting the monthly count. So Enoch 72:32, on that day the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts, and the night is equal to the day, and the year is exactly as to its days, 364. So we can see Enoch is describing an equilux, and that is equal day and equal night. This is the time this is the heavenly marker for the divider day each year. So while the equilux will vary depending on your geological location, we must remember that Yahuwah has a chosen land. And where were the sons of Zadok located at the time? In Israel. So the Israel equilux, or equal day and equal night, is the exact location we should be observing this marker from. So when we go online, we can go to timeanddate.com and we can see March 16th is going to be equal day and equal night in Israel. This count's going to mark the divider day, basically, excuse me. And it's going to mark the end of the year, and then it's the day after it's going to be the beginning of the year. So just like Enoch is describing here in 72. So Enoch 74:11, and the excess of the sun and stars amounts to 6 days and 5 years. 6 days every year. So if we do the math here, Enoch is showing us 6 divided by 5, it equals 1.2. So that's that 1.25 days each year we end up with in a solar year, which is why we get the 365.25 days in a solar cycle. So that this excess of the sun and stars was designed for a purpose. And I believe it's to compensate for this division of time before time that occurred in creation week. So using 1 day a year of the 1.25 excess will leave that 0.25, which in 4 years it will add up to another day, a second divider day every 4th year, which Job alludes to in chapter 3. So Job 3, 1 through 7. So after this, Job opened his mouth and cursed the day of his birth. And Job said, "Let that day perish on which I was born. Let the night it was said, a male child has been conceived. Let that day be darkness. Let not Eloah from above seek for it, nor let light shine upon it. Let darkness and the shadow of death buy it back. Let a cloud dwell on it. Let all that blackens the day frighten it. That night let darkness seize it. Let it not be included among the days of the year. Let it not come into the number of the months. And look, that night shall be silent. Let no singing come into it." So it's pretty amazing. He's describing actually exactly what the divider day is. And then we see in Genesis 5:23 through 24, so all the days of Hanok or Enoch were 365 years. And Enoch walked with Elohim, and he was no more, for Elohim took him. So as we can see, Enoch walked the earth for 365 years. The divider day is technically, it would be day 365, although it's not counted in the numbering days, months, or years. So it's just that divider day, day 0. So how can we be sure Enoch is referring to the equilux and not the equinox in 7232? So many of us think that an even balance of day and night happens during an equinox. After all, the word translates as equal night, so a little confusion is understandable. But there's a subtle time difference between an equinox and an equilux. So equilux is drawn from the Latin terms for equal and light. So how do we find out to which dates fit the description and qualify as truly equal day and night? So to measure the day and night split in a 24-hour span, astronomers use common definitions of sunrise and sunset. So simply put, sunrise is defined as when the first bit of the sun's disk appears, and sunset is when the last bit of the sun's disk vanishes. I find it interesting they call it a disk here, because they know. So calculating the length of day between those two moments, we find that 2 dates every year reach equilux in most latitudes. So in the northern hemisphere, these happen a few days before the spring equinox. A location's equilux dates depend on the latitude. Locations on or near the equator never experience equal day and night. They only get the straight line shadow, basically. This is why Israel's location is important in understanding the difference. And another point to remember is the equinox is tracked by the straight line method. The equilux is not. So in Jubilees 2:9, so and Elohim appointed the sun to be a great sign on earth for the days, for Sabbaths, for months, for festivals, for years, for Sabbaths of years, for Yobelim, Jubilees, and for all seasons of the years. So the sun is the great sign for days, weeks, months, years, Sabbaths, and Jubilees, as we see written here in Jubilees. We can also see there is a sign for when the weekly Sabbath day will begin. So the same chapter, Jubilees 2, but verses 20 through 21. And I have chosen the seed of Jacob from among all that I have seen, and have written him down as my firstborn son. And I have kodeshed him unto myself forever and ever. And I shall teach them the Sabbath day, that they may guard the Sabbath thereon from all work. And so he created therein a sign, which we just read in verse 2, the sun is that sign, in accordance with which they should guard the Sabbath with us on the seventh day, to eat, to drink, to Baruch him who has created all matters, as he has Baruch and Kodesh unto himself, a treasured possession, a people above all peoples, and that they should guard the Sabbath together with us. So here in verse 21, we see he created a sign in which day we should guard the Sabbath. Verse 9 shows us it's the sun. The sun is the marker, or that straight line, which marks day 4. This is also when the spring equinox happens every year, on day 4 of the week, when the sun, moon, and stars were created to track time. So day 1 of month 1, on day 4 of creation week. 3 days later is always the Sabbath day. So why would there be a sign the angel of YAHUAH is mentioning in Jubilees if the Sabbath was always a never-ending cycle of 7 days? And how can the Sabbath day be lost if this was the case of a never-ending cycle? But when we read here in Lamentations 2:6, so he's demolished his booth like a garden. He's destroyed his place of meeting. And YAHUAH has made the appointed times and Sabbaths to be forgotten in Zion, and despises sovereigns and priests in his raging displeasure. So this clearly shows the Sabbath day was lost, which is also showing it's not just a never-ending cycle of 7 days. There's a divider each year that happens that resets the cycle of 7 days. And so here in 4Q320, so it's to display itself from the east and shine in the center of the sky at the base of the vault from evening to morning, on the 4th day of the week, the sons of Gamul, in the 1st month of the 1st year. So to clarify this, the sun, which rises due east and shines at the celestial equator on the horizon at dawn, as night becomes morning, on day 4, Gamul, in the 1st month of the 1st year. And another scroll that will also back up the Tekufa, which is what the equinox was called, which is found in 4Q324D, which we're going to go over here in a bit as well. This also supports the equinox was starting day 4. That was the sign for day 4. So as we see here in 4Q320, which is also supported by many other scrolls and the sundial in Qumran, the sign in the heavens is when the equinox occurs in the springtime, the straight line method. So Enoch 74:12, and the sun and the stars bring in all the years exactly, so that they do not advance or delay their position by a single day unto everlasting, but complete the years with perfect justice in 364 days. So we see here in Enoch 74, the sun and the stars are bringing in the years. The moon is not mentioned in this verse at all. And this is more evidence the moon phases in the Mishmarot are incorrect in bringing the years. And the verses around Enoch 74:12 all state the moon will be off every year, proving the translations that falsely insert moon here are in error. So not to mention the plural, they do not advance or delay, which we can see right here. So we see sun and the stars, so that they do not advance or delay their position. Well, when they insert moon here, they literally remove sun and stars, and it's just moon. So it says, and the moon brings in all the years, so that they do not advance or delay. Well, why would it be plural they if it was just the moon? So when the moon's falsely inserted, it still says they in that phrase for the singular word moon. These are just very good clues on showing you what's going on truly in the translations. So this is a fact that how we know it's the sun and the stars bringing in the years. And we're going to have more confirmation on Enoch 74:12 being sun and stars as well in Song of Solomon. We'll get to that here in just a second. So there are many verses that will allude to day 4 and the equinox being the sign from YAHUAH to begin the counting of months. So Exodus 27:13, we see the east side of the courtyard towards the sunrise is to be 50 cubits wide. Exodus 38:13, and the east side towards the sunrise was also 50 cubits long. And then Exodus 40:1-2, and YAHUAH spoke to Moshe, saying, on that first day of the first month, you are to raise up the dwelling place of the tent of meeting. In 2 Chronicles 29:3-17, so in the first year of his reign, in the first month, he opened up the doors of the house of YAHUAH and repaired them. Verse 17, and they began to set apart on the first day of the first month. And look, on the 8th day of the month, they came to the porch of YAHUAH, which here we go, that 8th day again, also an allusion to the divider day that happens every year. So, and they set apart the house of YAHUAH in 8 days. And on the 16th day of the first month, they had finished. So 1 Samuel 25. And David said to Jehonathan, see, tomorrow is the head of the month, and I ought to sit with the sovereign to eat. But let me go, and I shall hide in the field until the 3rd day that evening. Which this, along with many other verses, which let me show you real quick. If I have it up here, I do. Let me just find it here. Here we go. Let me make sure I'm sharing the screen. Oh, no. And let me zoom in a bit so everyone can see. So here, 1 Samuel 1 or 1 Samuel 20, verse 5. And so this is what we just read. So tomorrow's the head of the month, and I'm supposed to dine with the king. Instead, let me go and hide in the field until the 3rd evening from now. So we see he's talking about one of the heads of the months here, and every single translation falsely inserts new moon. Tomorrow's the new moon here. We've gone over how YAHUAH has nothing to do with the moon or moon phases. I have a whole PDF about this. We've done extensive studies on showing how Chodesh has nothing to do with Yarach. So this is head of the month that's going to be here, legitimately translated. But when we see that, and then hiding in the field until the 3rd evening, well, 3 days later from day 4, which is going to be all the heads of the months, all 4 heads of the months for each seasonal head of the month, it's going to fall on day 4, just like month 1. So that 3 evenings from then is going to be the Sabbath. So we're all of 1 Samuel 20, it's going to walk through him speaking more about this in the head of the month again, and then it's going to go through him going and doing what he said here, and he's in the field until the 3rd evening. And then when we get to 1 Samuel 21, verse 6, this is when he came back from being in that field until the 3rd evening. And then, so 21:6, so the priest gave him the consecrated bread, since there was no bread there, but the bread of the presence, which had been removed from before Yahuwah and replaced with hot bread on the day it was taken away. So how do we know this was talking about a Sabbath day? Well, 1 Chronicles 9, verse 32, some of their Kohanite relatives were responsible for preparing the rows of the showbread every Sabbath. So we had priests who had a specific job for preparing rows of showbread so they can do what's going on here. When the showbread gets cold, they replace it with the warm bread. So what they gave David here was that cold bread that had been removed, which we can see, because on the Sabbath day, they replaced it with warm bread. I just thought it's a really fascinating find right here, in these chapters, which literally it's proving out the Zadok calendar as well.
So may I ask a question regarding head of the month, Chodesh, and Chodesh meaning month? Is there like a distinction there?
Yes, so in my PDF that I have, it's going to be the history one. I go into a lot of detail about it. There's also, we did a video all about it as well. It's the history video that's saved in the other chat. But we can go over it really quickly here. Basically, the word Hodesh that you find that is mistranslated about 20 or so times as new moon, it has nothing to do with a moon. It does not mean new moon. And actually, new moon would be Ha-Yarach, because Ha is new, and then Yarach is moon.
Okay, that I'm clear on. What I'm having a question on is that term Chodesh, why it's why you see it as the seasonal Chodesh rather than Chodesh 2 or Chodesh 3 or whatever. Chodesh meaning
Because
the 30-day month.
Yeah, so we also went over that as well a couple discussions ago, but we were going through the word specific spelling of Ha-Hodesh, which is meaning new month. And every time Ha-Hodesh was used, which is 19 times, there was only 2 of them that weren't actually referring to the 4 heads of the seasonal months. All the rest of them were, and especially the ones in Ezekiel. It's just when they translated it to English, it kind of takes away the meaning of it.
So basically, I need to send you an email and ask you to send me the PDF of your Chodesh thing. Thank you. Because I can't read them on my phone. Yeah, and this thing is still going beep, beep, beep with, I can't even see what you're putting up. So,
actually, that's going to be in that first PDF I sent you, the Zadok history PDF.
Explaining the Ha-Hodesh? I didn't note that there. All of the, like 18 times it's used this way or that way. I'll have to review it again. Thank you.
Yeah, it's gonna be under the heading "Is moon sighting biblical?"
Oh, right. I'm looking at. Okay, I'll look at it again. Thank you.
Yeah, I go through a lot of detail in there. We broke that down on a video discussion as well, at like 2 or 3 weeks ago on one of our discussions. And, we broke it down even more, and we went through all 19 occurrences. And there was like 2 of them that weren't, it was used, but it wasn't referring to these 4 seasonal heads of the months.
Wow, I'm gonna have to, maybe which day it was, and I can, which number of your presentations I can go back to and listen to it, because I don't remember hearing it.
Yeah, I could take a look. I'm also going to be uploading them to YouTube as well. So But I'll have to go take a look at which one. I don't remember which one it was either. But I'll take a look and then I'll just reshare it in the chat when I get a moment or get a chance
Thank
to.
you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. So we talked about Samuel. All right. So yeah. So Exodus 12, 1 through 2. So, and Yahuwah spoke to Moshe and to Aaron in the land of Mitzrayim, saying, "This month is the beginning of months for you. It is the first month of the year for you." And Job 38, 4 through 5. Where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare if you have any understanding. Who appointed its measurements, if you know, or who stretched the line upon it? Which we've actually found a lot more verses that talk about, the line of the sundial that they're using to measure these things. I think it was in Kings or Chronicles. I'm going to have to look it up again, but there's actually many verses that speak upon this line that stretched upon the earth and how they measured it to mark, day 4. And then we're going to see, the fourth commandment is keeping the Sabbath. Fourth day of creation is when the time was set in motion, the sun, moon, stars created. Fourth gate, or the Gadol Dalet, it's the fourth letter of the alphabet, and it means a door or passageway. And then the fourth menorah branch is the longest straight branch. And then 3 days later, or 3 branches later, the seventh branch, which is Shabbat. And then we're going to see here in Solomon's temple an example. So the design of the Temple of Solomon was patterned after the arrangement specified in the wilderness, so it faced east towards the rising sun. The spring and fall tekufas that announced the new year and the festivals was heralded in glorious fashion in the temple. So the way or narrow gate is physically illustrated as the sun rises over the Mount of Olives and enters the city through the eastern gates, then shines through the house of prayer into the Holy of Holies, illuminating the golden ark of the covenant, which is the throne of Yahuwah. This is a physical to spiritual portrait of entering through the narrow gate. And as you can see, so this is going to be the temple tracking the equinox, and it's only going to shine directly through on the equinox day. This is how they knew when day 4 was. And so here in Ezekiel 43, 1 through 5, he led me to the gate facing east. And see, the esteem of the Elohim of Israel came from the way of the east. And his voice was like the sound of many waters. And the earth shone from his esteem. And it was like the appearance of the vision which I saw, like the vision which I saw when he came to destroy the city. And the visions were like the vision which I saw by the river Kebar. And I fell on my face. And the esteem of Yahuwah came into the house by way of the gate facing east. And the Ruach took me up and brought me into the inner courtyard. And see, the esteem of Yahuwah filled the house. So Ezekiel is a perfect explanation of the picture we just saw above. And also we have here in James 1, verse 16 through 17. So do not go, do not go astray, my beloved brothers. Every good gift and every perfect gift is from above, coming down from the Father of lights, with whom there is no change or turning shadow. Again, talking about that straight line, the shadow not turning, but being a straight line shadow. So no turning shadow on the equinox. Using a stick and marking the shadow throughout the day, the sun's shadow will cast a straight line during that day on the equinox. The shadow will curve or shift on other days and not be straight. Yep, only twice a year that shadow's going to fall straight. So we have here in Psalm 19, 1 through 9, it's going to be explaining the luminaries and how they're showing us when to start these things. And so Psalm 19, 1 through 9, the Shamayim are proclaiming the esteem of El, and the expanse, or the firmament, is declaring the work of his hand, which is creation. So day to day poureth forth speech, and night to night reveals knowledge, which this is showing the separation of day and night. There is no speech, and there are words. Their voice is not heard. So talking about the luminaries showing us these signs. Their line has gone through all the earth, the spring equinox, and their words to the end of the world. In them he put up a tent for the sun, and it's like a bridegroom coming out of his room. So the equinox or divider day, day 0. And from there it rejoices like a strong man to run the path, which is the 364-day count. Its rising is from one end of the Shamayim, and its circuit to the other end, which is the solstices and the equinoxes, and naught is hidden from its heat. The Torah of Yahuwah is perfect, bringing back the being. The witness of Yahuwah is trustworthy, making wise the simple, and the orders of Yahuwah are straight, rejoicing the heart. The command of Yahuwah is clear, enlightening the eyes, and the reverence of Yahuwah is clean, standing forever. The right rulings of Yahuwah are true. They are righteous altogether. The sun, moon, and stars are speaking, but have no voice, but showing us the yearly markers and the seasonal dividers. So here in Wisdom of Solomon, so chapter 7, verse 17 through 19, this is going to be more confirmation of what we read in Enoch 74:12, showing just the sun and the stars are bringing in the year. So for he has given me certain knowledge of that which exists, namely to know how the world was made, and the operation of the elements, the beginning, ending, and middle of the times, the alterations of the turning of the sun, and the change of the seasons, the circuit of years, and the position of stars. So if you notice, we again didn't see the moon in there. So what he's talking about, so the calendar is determined by the movements of the sun and stars, as we can see all throughout scriptures. They determine the years and when they begin and end. We cannot trust Rome or the synagogue of Hasatan to have kept Yahuwah's true Sabbath day or calendar. In all of our studies, we have found through Scripture that the Sabbath day is not always on a Saturday. And the divider day each year is what separates the years and divides the numbering of days, perfectly matching the markers and the heavenly signs Yahuwah has given us to determine these things. So every 4th year there will be a second divider day that the excess of the 0.25 of the sun and stars will add up to. Excuse me. So the marker assigned for this is when the spring equinox falls on the 19th versus the 20th of March, as it would usually do. So the Zadok calendar, the priestly calendar, this is Yahuwah's calendar, 364-day year, divided into 7-day weeks, divided into 12 months of 30 days each, except for the one extra day in the last month of each quarter 4 times a year. So that's that 30, 30, 31. 30, 30, 31. Repeats 4 times a year. So it accommodates for the 365.25 days of the solar cycle. The 4 seasons are spring, summer, fall, and winter. So when the 364 count has been accomplished, as instructed by Enoch, Jubilees, and the Dead Sea Scrolls, you will arrive with an extra day for the physical year every 3 years and 2 days on the 4th year. Wait, this is for the physical year every... No, this is... Sorry, that's a mistype. Every one... So every year we will use a day. I'm going to have to fix that. So the 3 and 4 year cycle repeats continually. The extra days are not counted as part of a 7-day week or numbered, and they are simply lived. This is why we live in a 365.25 day world, but we only count the 364 days to do as Enoch has commanded for the calendar. So we have the solar cycle of the 365.25. We use a day as day 0 every year. This is how we get to 364 every single year. We get day 364, which is going to be the last Sabbath of the year. Then we get the divider day after that. Then after that, we're going to get day 1 of the week. So let me scroll down to this. So this is going to be, creation week that we're going to experience at the head of each year. So we're going to have that, that 8th day from the week prior, but it's going to be that day that's accommodating for this void of darkness. This is where we continue our 7-day count from there for the rest of the year. And then the next year, same thing. We're going to repeat this. And so that's where we're going to get into a little bit of 4Q324D, like we spoke about earlier. So let me get into the good part, which all of this is actually from my articles, and you can find them in the PDF section in our other group. But all of this is from the article as well, so you can feel free to read it at your leisure. So in 4Q324D, it's going to lay out the days, months, and festivals exactly on the day they should fall on the calendar. So using the fragments found, we can reconstruct precisely as the sons of Zadok did the true calendar. So this is going to be example for month 1 from 4Q324D. So the beginning of the first month on day 4, Tekufa. Remember we were talking about this earlier. Tekufa, it's talking about the equinox on the 4th. So in it, the Sabbath on the 4th in it is the Sabbath. So the first month, the 4th day of the month is going to be the Sabbath day. Again, we can, on the calendar, I have the PDFs as well of the calendar, and we can see this as well. And then on the 11th is going to be a Sabbath. On the 14th in it is the Passover, which is going to be weekday 3. Then on the 15th in it is the Feast of Matzot, which is weekday 4. And on the 18th in it is the Sabbath. On the 25th in it is Sabbath. And then the waving of the sheaf is on the 26th in it after the Sabbath. Weekday 5 falls the 30th day of the month. The beginning of the second month is on weekday 6. On the 2nd in it is the Sabbath. On the 9th in it, Sabbath. And on the 16th in it, Sabbath. So this scroll shows the exact days every month special days fall on. So every 1st and 30th days of the month, every Sabbath day and festival, and the 4 seasonal days, or the 31st day every 3rd month, that divide 4 seasons, all kept and recorded by the sons of Zadok in the Qumran community. So, a very interesting find that we have found in 4Q324D, which is going to be the location of in the text of the word vacate in column 5. So we have the PDF of 324D. That's also going to be in the PDF section. We've gone over this a few times in our past discussions as well, showing it on screen. So this word sometimes can apply to a large amount of missing text from the scroll. So here, 4Q324D, column 5, verses 9 and 10. So on the 28th in it is the Sabbath, which is 28th of the 12th month. It's going to be the last Sabbath of the year. Then we have vacate. And then after all this large amount of missing text, we have weekday 2 in it falls the 30th day of the month. Weekday 3 is additional. So this weekday 3 additional, one of the 4 seasonal intercalated days. So this is important to notice because, as mentioned previously, only important and special days are recorded in this scroll. So normally there would be no text that would exist in this location, unless it's an important date, and it is. This is the exact location the yearly divider day, or day 0, falls on. After the last Sabbath of the year, which is the 28th day of the 12th month. So what other large amount of text would be missing if it was just a normal day? So here's an even more important find, and another interesting find. So this is going to be in 4Q394, which is also known as 4QMMT. So we're going to find this, and we went over this last Sabbath for our discussion. So we see a Sabbath in it. After the Sabbath is added, and the year is complete in 360 days. Remainder of the line is blank in 4Q394. So this is from Garcia Martinez's translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Again, that link is also in our saved links. So this fragment shows some of what is missing in 4Q324D, where vacate is located. It's located in column 5. Excuse me. In Giza Verm's translation, you will find much is added in this fragment that doesn't exist in the original text, and you will see why he made many additions under the next subheading. So Garcia Martinez's version shows what is on the original fragments. When we put the two fragments together, so 4Q324D and 4Q394, this is our interpretation of what we will get. So on the 28th in it, Sabbath. And then I put the brackets here for 394. And after the Sabbath, a day, of course I added this because it was fragmented out. So a day is added. And the year is complete in 364 days. And then the bracket going back to 324D. And then weekday 2 in it falls the 30th day of the month. And then weekday 3 is additional. So this is lining up with exactly what we had found already. And it's just confirmation of it. From the Dead Sea Scrolls, it's really amazing. So here I wanted to go over again, the priestly cycles, which is going to be 4Q320 and 4Q321. We're going to show, talk about and discuss a little bit on how these moon phases were added, because I know we've gone over it many times, but there's still many questions about it. So we're going to see it's rabbinical writings that are going to pair up moon cycles to their priestly cycles, because rabbis have priestly cycles as well, and they pair it up with moon cycles. So many attempt to apply the same method to the priestly cycles found in the DSS, and this will not work. So here's the quotes from the Mishnah and the Tosefta and all these things. We've also discussed this in detail in our past discussions. I just wanted to go over it briefly. Again, this is also part of the PDF, so feel free to read through it all. So various scholars date this list to the beginning of the Hasmonean usurpers era, since Yehorabiah was a representative of the Hasmonean clan and heads the list in 1 Chronicles 24, whereas in Nehemiah his name is 16th on the list. So when we look at a comparison of the Dead Sea Scrolls and other translations, we will see many of the moon phases found in the complete Dead Sea Scrolls are author's insertions and do not exist in the original text. So from Giza Vermes, the complete Dead Sea Scrolls, we're going to see in 4Q320, to show it from the east and to cause it to shine in the middle of heaven, in the foundation of the creation, from evening till morning. Then right here in parentheses, he has, there is a full moon, because that is not in the original text at all. That's what he added. And on the fourth day of the week, the sons of Gamul, in the first month of the first year. So that's what we read earlier, but without these insertions. So as you can see, the parentheses are author's insertions by Giza. We just as we also see in many Bible translations, meaning they're insertions from author's interpretation of what a particular verse can mean. So if we go to, if we go and use Martinez Florentino, the Dead Sea Scrolls translated, we will see, to display itself from the east, shine in the center of the sky at the base of the vault from evening to morning. On the fourth day of the week, the sons of Gamul, in the first month of the first year. So what rises in the east and shines in the center of the sky in the spring? The sun does. And so again, we clarify the verse. So the sun rises due east, shines at the celestial equator, on the horizon at dawn, as night becomes morning, on day 4 Gamul, in the first month of the first year. And Q3 to 4D also backs that up. There's also an QMMT that will also back up. They were cited the Tikva on day 4, Kunnak. So again, the other instances that I just mentioned, making it clear that day 4 was for the first month in the year. Just scroll down here. Talk about it. This is to kind of get into the sun a little bit. They had sun has been discovered at Qumran. It was designed to measure the sun during the year rather than during the day. And after studying, researchers concluded it could have been used to handle the discrepancy between 365.25 days and a calendar year of 364 days. It allows the determination of the cardinal points and fixing a calendar whose seasons are as near as possible to the signs of the sun, moon, and stars. So thus there's strong supporting evidence that the Qumran calendar was indeed intercalated with a method involving actually measuring when the sun rose in the east, as directed by the Book of Enoch, and according to the heavenly markers. And as we've talked about before, I believe the sundial also was tracking the equal day and equal night, the equilux, as that little marker on it that shows, that kind of, equal looking sign that happens just before the equinox marker. So here we're going to go more into 4Q321. This is going to be talking about the word dukkha, which is going to be found in here, which we can see here. Again, this is where Giza puts in these moon phases as author's additions in quotations. But we see here from the original text, there's no moon phases here. We see dukkha. Again, I have links to all these sources where all of this came from. It's also on the PDFs, but they are also in the links section of the Telegram group as well. So what this is going over, it's basically showing 4Q321, there's no moon phases in there at all. It's just dukkha, this word dukkha. So we see the moon phases from Giza's translation. The complete Dead Sea Scrolls are again not in there in the above translation by S. Talman and I. Knoll, or in the original text. Instead, we see the word used, which is dukkha. So this is going to be from, what's his name? Michael YAHUAH's translation. So an excerpt from Michael YAHUAH and Cook's A New Testament, or a new translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls. So beyond the problem of intercalation, another basic area of ignorance hindering complete understanding of the calendars involves the meaning of the recurrent Hebrew term dukkha. This word, so this is author's opinion that I'm reading right here. This word describing one of the phases of the moon, author's opinion, because that's not what it's talking about, occurs frequently in the synchronistic calendars, or text 72. Again, author's opinion, the system of lunar observation associated with the term, author's opinion, clearly underlies other texts as well, even though they don't mention dukkha. So what they're saying is, even though dukkha was not found in any other scrolls, they're saying, oh, well, it can be an underlying term that's not found in them. So that's why they also add moon phases in there. So before the discovery of the scrolls, scholars had never encountered this word. Knowledge of ancient Hebrew is far from perfect, and quite a bit of lost vocabulary has been recovered from the scrolls. So reasoning from etymology, so this is what they reasoned for. Dukkha most likely means carefully examined. So when we take the word back to the Hebrew, this is all it means, carefully examined. But what is being examined? Scholars are still debating the options for dukkha. So scholars, here clearly Michael YAHUAH shows scholars are still debating on what it even means. But they went ahead and decided to take it as a certain moon phase, even though we can see by their own admission it does not have anything to do with moons, once again. So, continuing, and a reasonable case can be made for either approach. The authors of this book do not themselves agree on what it means, but have decided to translate according to the full moon option. Again, these options were opinions rather than options. But anyway, hence we will take dukkha to refer to the observation of the first crescent. So by their own admission, they take this word that has nothing to do with the moon, it just means carefully examined. And they're like, well, we're going to go with, it's going to mean the first crescent. So as you can see, the authors took it upon themselves to declare the meaning as different phases of the moon. And when looking into the history of these authors, we will see a connection to the Hasmodean usurpers. So we have Giza Vermes. So a British academic, biblical scholar, and Judist of Hungarian descent, who also served as a Roman Catholic priest. Right here, they are saying this man is a Jesuit without fully saying the word Jesuit. Because we know Jesuit is just a Jew posing as a Catholic. So come down here, we're going to see, again, we went over this before as well, but he focused on the Dead Sea Scrolls and other ancient writings, such as the Targum. Excuse me. Throat's getting a bit dry. So we know the Targum, if you've read it, it's a translation that has a lot of kind of Jewish lore added into the translation itself. So he did a bunch of research about, quote unquote, Jesus. He wrote work on, quote unquote, Jesus. So his context of the narrative scope of Jewish history and theology, while questioning and challenging the basis of Christian doctrine on, quote unquote, Jesus. So basically what we see with Giza here, we can see he's not only of Jewish descent, he served as a Catholic priest. He's basically a Jesuit without them fully admitting to this. And as a Jesuit is a Jewish Catholic, no wonder the appeal to the usurper's authority in inserting phases of the moon. So we have Michael Wise here. So again, we took this excerpt out of Michael Wise about Dukkha. So we're going to see why he wanted to appeal to that. So again, he went to many Jesuit-controlled universities. But right here, I want to focus, his area of focus is in ancient Judaism. And he studied the Semitic languages in order to immerse himself in rabbinic texts. And in the Dead Sea Scrolls, he uses 20 languages in his research. So we all know what these rabbinic texts are. It's the Talmud, the Mishnah, the this, the that. Everything that these rabbis have created and put it in authority over Yahuwah's word, which is the Torah. So we can see where he appeals to the usurper's authority as well from his studies in these rabbinic texts. So hence his decision to define the word Dukkha as different moon phases as found in rabbinic texts, which we just read earlier as well. So some will use this priestly cycle found in the Dead Sea Scrolls and anchor their Sabbath to the Gregorian calendar and the false insertions about the moon phases that coincide with the solar cycle and the priestly order every 6 years. But after numerous hours spent recording the lunar cycles, Sister Marissa, we have found that they cannot be replicated indefinitely to determine the years. And a popular belief is that the lunar cycle or full moon phase and solar cycle, the equinox day, will sync up with the Gregorian weekday Wednesday to replicate the creation week every 294 years. So this is all Sister Marissa's research that she has done. So, however, the moon is not reliable in this scenario. So on 3/20/2019, the moon was at 100%. So 3/20/17/26, 294 years, it was only at 92%. And 290 years prior to that, it was at 77. So this information not only is proving, Gina's calendar incorrect, or what's the organization that's promoting her calendar? It's a gospel worth dying for. They're promoting Gina hardcore and her calendar. So we will see these moon phases she presents does not line up. And here's another thing as well. So Jubilees chapter 6, 36 through 37. For there were those who will assuredly make observations of the moon, and how it disturbs the seasons, and comes in from year to year 10 days too soon. For this reason they will come upon them. The years will come upon them, when they will disturb the order, and make an abominable day the day of testimony, and an unclean day a feast day. They will confound all the days, the holy with the unclean, and the unclean day with the holy. For they will go wrong as to months, Sabbaths, feasts, and jubilees. So, why do people insist on syncing up this information using Wednesday and moon phases? That is the fourth day of the Gregorian week, which coincides with the day that the sun was created and is believed to be the day for the great sign to occur. Yeah, why do people believe this? Because it doesn't say that in scriptures. And my question is, why would the sons of Zadok be observing slivers of moons when Jubilees is their canon? Literally, it's their canon. And there's this warning we just read in Jubilees about doing exactly that. Yes, there is a priestly cycle found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. I absolutely believe they did not go according to phases of the moon. I think they were going according to something else.
After reading that, I feel like they were, like, if they had recorded that, they were just relating it to what the popular calendar was back in those days. To say, well, this is also, like, here's the month that we're on, which is the solar month, but here's also what the lunar month is doing.
Yeah, I mean, that could be true as well.
But then you found the one where it doesn't even have any of those phases in it.
Yeah, exactly. So, that could be the case as well. But regardless of the case, I don't believe they were calculating moon cycles or phases of the moon to determine a year. It just happened to be whatever they were recording were happening falling on those days of the year. But if we go into the scrolls all around it, we're going to see these moon cycles are not in there. And, these priestly rotations were actually starting on the Sabbath days of the week. And another interesting thing is scroll 318, I believe. But they call it the Zodiac scroll. But what it does is it goes through the different Mazarah signs, and it shows these different Mazarah signs on these different days according to the year. Interesting fact is no one ever brings that up or talks about it. But they sure like to bring up the Mishmarot priestly cycle scrolls a whole lot.
That's funny because I was just thinking about that again today. Because I was so at the end of the Zodiac scroll, it says that now that's like going with the moon sign, because the moon moves through all the different Maseroths throughout its month. And it was like, sorry, I'm just trying to count in my head, the 27th and 28th day, the sign of the fish, and then it says 29, 30, 31, the sign of the ram. And so, like, I was looking through the different years to find, like, where those line up on, like 2 fish and then 3 ram.
Yeah.
And ultimately, you just come to, it doesn't sync up with the seasons at all. Like, the moon is just not, it's not consistent. It's not like you could look at it and see, oh, okay, so the full moon fell on March 20th this year, and so in 4 years from now it's going to fall on March 20th again, or what have you. And it doesn't sync up, because it doesn't sync like that, because the solar year is not 364. So it's not 10 days behind. It's
Yeah.
11.25 days behind every year. So after 3 years, or on the 4th year, now you're 34 days behind.
Yeah.
So, it doesn't work the way that they think it works in actuality. And so you would end up being on a different date all the time. It's not like, oh, every 6 years, then we'll end up on this date again. And then that's when people will revert to the menorah method with the Gregorian weekdays. And those are actually very similar to the lunar patterns that are made, but they are different too, and they don't line up exactly. So you can't even say, like, oh, well, like the moon is a witness to the week intercalation using the Gregorian weekdays. It doesn't work like that either. So,
Yeah.
and I only say all that just to kind of like tell the group that in my research about it, I've died to myself that if it was a weekly intercalation every 5 or 6 or 7, however many years, I would do that and honor Yah if that's what the luminaries are saying. But it's not. It doesn't work like that. It won't stay synced up with the seasons. But what we can rely on is the moon, is the sun, always going through the seasons. The equinox comes the same day every year. You're always going to get spring, summer, fall, winter. Always. It's annular. Where the moon, it just kind of like it shifts all around. And then we also saw in that testament of the 12 patriarchs, the moon is related to the will of men. That's what it was. The will of men.
Yeah. And that actually backs up that mistranslation that is found in Sirach, where it also speaks about the moon is basically for the children of Esau, or for the way of Esau, which is,
Yeah.
the way of men.
Yeah. And it's about like the balance. Like he gave us free will, right? But he wants us to choose him. And so
Yeah.
like this translates to so many, like there's so many different like allegories to it, like the sun as the husband and the moon as the wife, or like how women are just generally emotional creatures, but men lead with logic, and we're supposed to follow our head. And so the sun is the head, and the moon being related to the will of men is like people that are following the moon. Well, they're like that's what they're following, not righteousness, but um like, oh, like this is my truth. People get like that. It's like the sin of men. It's our free will, our nature, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said.
Yeah, I feel like it's like this big red flag, and I don't understand how other people don't see that. But I don't know. I think it's because The moon is really confusing. I've literally been spending all day racking my brain about it all over again, and I'm telling you guys, I can't tell you how many hours I've put into this, and it will not be like a yearly, like an annular sign the way the sun will be. It just will not. Is it a sign for something else? Possibly. And I'm trying to figure out that answer for you. I'm asking Yah to, like let it dawn on me already so I could answer that question. It could be a sign for like longer lengths of time. How do we figure out our sabbatical and jubilee years? Maybe it's that. I don't know. But it's not an annular thing at all.
Yeah.
And so the other
Taylor,
group wants to link it up with they want to link the priestly cycles up with the moon, right, Marissa? And how
Yeah.
is it
Well,
they're doing
they
that
want
and
to
how it
link it
doesn't
up.
work?
They want to link it up to the 6 years that are in the Dead Sea Scrolls that, like Jeremy showed us, like those were inserted. So we keep getting the question of, well, find some other years where that lines up. There are other years where that lines up. I have not put the entirety of the 6 years together, but there are other years where it lines up very closely to what they're proposing for 2019. There's some plot holes in their theories that when they go through and they're matching up these moon phases, they're not doing like 100% full moons. They're considering like 91%, 85%, like just anything that's close. And then they'll say, well, as long as it falls within the same week, well, so like how can you rely on that being truth? But people are they're just eating it up and trusting that they've done the work. And oh, well, they say that it lines up. It doesn't line up, guys. It doesn't line up, not
Yeah.
the way that they're saying. So that 294 years, I went back and then back again, and it's like now we're at in the 70 percentages range for the full moon. It doesn't like consistently every 294 years, it's always a 100% full moon on a Wednesday on the day of the equinox. It doesn't work like that, but that's what they're promoting.
Yeah. And we before all this came big, and we were showing and asking questions on how these things weren't lining up like that. And yeah, I know Marissa has done a lot of work, especially with the moon and the heavenly markers. But she was basically talking to Gina and saying, hey, this isn't going to line up. This isn't going to line up. And Gina's response was like, oh, well, I'm going to be dead in like 100 years, so it's not going to matter.
Legit. That was her explanation to it. My qualm was that if you only intercalate a week after every 6th year, that you're going to keep falling behind. So like she's seeing year start dates of like March 10th, for example, and the further you go, it's going to keep going earlier and earlier and earlier. And her whole thing, her entire like theory is hinged on, well, in those 6 years we don't see interruption in the priestly cycle, so they can't have intercalated at all within those 6 years. And so that's why she proposed that, but her method doesn't work, and now she's considering, well, every 40th year there should be another week added in. But the problem with that is that 6 doesn't divide into 40 evenly, so she's going to end up interrupting that 6-year cycle.
Oh, that's such confusion.
It's like
Yeah.
it's like calculation upon mathematical equations, and it's wild, guys. It's wild. And it doesn't work.
Yeah. It's that
Where's the proof of the 40
metrics.
years? Like, where are they finding that?
It's more important to be right and keep calculating than it is to find the truth. That's what it is for her.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm
Yeah,
over here. I don't know your name, Weezer. What's your name?
It's Heidi.
Heidi.
Yeah.
Heidi, I am a numbers person, and like I can see patterns and things. And I am over here calculating and doing the math and, like just spinning my head around over this to make sure that I did not miss something. Because I would not want to, number one, go with this calendar and be wrong and not show up on Yah's days. But number two, stand in support of this calendar and potentially lead other people astray if it's wrong. So I'll sit there and calculate and recalculate and look at it and reserve the right to be wrong and whatever. And I'm telling you, there's nothing that has given me more shalom than this calendar, than
I
what we're
think
proposing.
someone said it really well last week when they said, and it clicked on me, that the lunar cycles, because I calculated that too and couldn't get it to match up with Enoch, and I was trying to follow the right calendar and I couldn't get it to work, but that the lunar cycle follows the woman's menstrual cycle. I mean, that is like, well, there you go. I mean, if it's tied to a woman and tied to a woman's menstrual cycle, then it's going to not be constant in
It's the
anything.
feminine.
yeah.
Yeah. So that was a really good connection, I thought, for me.
Yeah, it's the moon is a nurturer, and like plant cycles, like people who plant by the moon, there's something to that, and also like the rising of the tides, there's something to that. And then Jeremy, I sent you that other one. It was Enoch 60. Okay, guys, I've even like gone through all the chapters of Enoch. Like, is there anything that I've missed? This one verse, it's Enoch 60, verse 12. And the chambers of the winds, and how the winds are divided, and how they are weighed, and how the portals of the winds are reckoned, each according to the power of the wind, and the power of the lights of the moon, and according to the power that is fitting, and the division of the stars according to their names, and how all the divisions are divided. So like the powers of the moon, that is what really stuck out to me here. Like the moon is for something, but it's not for the year. And
Yeah.
it's not for the months, and it's not for the division of days. The moon has a purpose in nature, and it affects like water on earth. And I mean, think about it, we're made up of 80% water. It affects us, it affects the plants, it affects life here.
It affects childbirth.
I've heard that the Farmer's Almanac is according to the moon cycles, and Germaine confirmed that. I guess she and her family are farmers, and she says they always plant according to the moon cycles or the Farmer's Almanac. And I thought that was very interesting. That was definitely a big use of the moon. Or
Yeah.
purpose of the moon.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's the only purpose I'm aware of, besides being a luminary at night.
And
Yeah,
twice
exactly.
a year, follow in the same gate twice a year.
Yeah.
But it's not even like always on a specific day of the solar month. It just says in the same gate twice a year. Well, that sun is rising in the same gate for 30 days. So which of those 30 or 31 days is the moon rising and setting with it?
I thought on the spring
Yeah.
equinox and the fall equinox that it sets that same day in the same gate, right where the sun sets. Is that wrong?
I don't believe so. I don't believe it does that. If you look at like the time charts of like the rising and setting of the moon, it won't always be on 320 with the equinox. I would love for
Maybe.
it to be that. I'd love for it to be something, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, for real.
I thought it went down in the same area the sun went down. No? Not at the same time, but at the same day in the same location.
No.
Like in the
it'll
same
do
date?
On the equinoxes, that the sun where the sun sets is the same location the moon sets on the equinoxes, and that was a sign. But that was it. That's all I've learned about the moon for its sign.
I heard that. I haven't seen it confirmed.
Yeah.
Marissa, did you
Yeah.
look at that?
I'm over here looking it up. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure it doesn't work like that. That it will do that once within a lunar month. Like it'll do that every month within a lunar month. But not like specifically those 2 times of the year.
Maybe that's why Enoch's not specific on like a day. He's just saying, oh yeah, it'll go in the same gates, but at whatever, time
But
it feels.
Enoch also said though that the sun or the moon goes her own peculiar course. Like even he said that she was
Yeah.
peculiar in her course, and that it wasn't constant either. And now the phase is constant, but not like within the course that it runs.
Yeah. I was actually going to bring that up just now too. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I'm looking at it, and it's so on the full moon, the moon sets with the sun. The moon sets at. So I'm just looking at it on the full moon in March 14th. It's setting at 5:51 a.m. in the west as the sun is rising in the east, and that's when you'll see them on each horizon. But it's always on the full moon that it does that.
One's in the east and one's in the west.
Yeah, it's on the full moon, though. But so
Well,
that's March 14th. So
I mean, but that would make sense, right? Because they're directly equally like set apart from each other.
yeah. Yeah, but as far as like correlating it with the equinox, that doesn't work.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're definitely still working on the moon, so we don't have that figured out.
Yeah, and plus
Well,
how it comes out during the day, 10 days a month, right? Or something like that.
Yeah,
10
it was
days.
in the sky a couple days ago, just full as full can be at like 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. So it's even tough to say
Yeah.
with Psalms 104, like the moon is for appointed times or something like that. Well, we did have the moon doing weird things, like it was a harvest moon on trumpets last year, and then the 2 eclipses were inside the Passover week and
Shavuot.
the last one.
Or not
No.
Shavuot, Sukkot. Sorry.
Yeah. So it does maybe mark that way. But I have yet to, Marissa, maybe that could be your next thing, kind of take a look at the weird things that the moon does the weird things, but like how there's like harvest moons and, this moon, that moon, maybe they mark the appointed times in a certain way like that.
Or maybe instead of like appointed times like feasts, which I'm not saying that it's not, but maybe like appointed in like in time itself, like like specific ages or specific events that happen throughout time. Because like I'm just trying to because he said that mostly people that look for signs in the moon were the ones that were were the heathen. When my mom and I looked it up in the lexicon, anytime it observances of the moon, it always happened on like around pagan areas. But we know that Yah put the moon out there for other reasons too. But so maybe it's just to mark like markers in time, not like in a year, but like um until the end of days.
Like a sign, right?
Yeah. I mean, because she is a witness.
Yeah.
As I've been looking at it, it's been agricultural.
Yeah, there's a lot of evidence to support it's definitely an agricultural type thing. Yeah, fascinating stuff.
Yeah, I'll look into that some more. I'm intrigued by this moon rising and setting in the same gate. So I looked at, like, just while we were talking, I looked at the March one, and it's not on the same day, but it does rise. Hold on, let me just go back to it so I can like quote this. So it's about the full moon though. Okay. So it does set at 274 degrees west and it rises at 89 degrees east in March on March 14th though. So that is the gates because gate 4 is 90 degrees east, and sets 270 degrees west. So these are within 4 degrees for the moon set and 1 degree for the moon rise on the full moon in March. However, when you go to April, the full moon rises at 79 degrees east northeast and sets at 281 west northwest. And then the sunrise is not the same. Like the moon and the sun they don't set in the same gates in this month, in April. So I don't know what that means. Like maybe it'll just like correlate with the solar months. Like the full moon near the first solar month will do that, and then because that's the 4th gate, and then the 3rd gate is near the other equinox. Am I right? Because it says like the 3rd and the 4th gate.
It was just something I heard someone teach. Haven't looked into it. So it's something that
I probably sound like I'm speaking Chinese. I'm sorry, guys. No,
I heard that
it does say that in Enoch, guys, where it says the moon rises and sets in the same gate. Oh yeah. In 2 months the moon sets with the sun in those 2 middle portals, the 3rd and the 4th.
Yeah, interesting.
So like twice a year. That's what it's saying.
You said in the third and fourth portal?
Yeah, I'm quoting it right from Enoch,
So
74.
wouldn't that be at the beginning of the year? Because it's going from the third to the fourth portal to restart the year, right?
Yeah, but it also isn't the vernal equinox is in the fourth portal and the fall equinox is in the third.
I thought the fall equinox was in the. I don't have a visual with me right now, but it's the fall equinox. I don't believe is in the third. That's
I think
the.
it's in the fourth. I think they
Hold up.
both happen in the
Let
fourth.
me get my visual. Hold
Yeah,
on.
it would have to be, if it's equal, it'd have to be at that fourth gate for it to be equal day, equal night for the equinox.
Yeah,
And there's two equinoxes, so in the fall there's an equinox and
yeah,
the spring.
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say there were 2 equinoxes during the year?
Yep, just like there's two equinoxes.
Well, then are we accounting for that other equinox? Oh, that doesn't necessarily mean that's a day at a time, though, or the
Yeah,
divider day.
yeah, exactly.
Okay. Okay. I was thinking, oh, that's another divider day. No.
I know.
Okay. It's just the equal time, equal day and night. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
So
Here's
when we're coming from the third portal, that's coming out of winter. When you're coming from the fifth, that's coming out of summer. So you've got the third and the fifth portal. Those will be like the kind of like in between of the equinoxes.
Yeah.
okay, so I'm just reading it here. And the sun goes forth from that fifth portal and sets in the fifth portal of the west and rises in the fourth portal for 1 and 30 mornings on account of its sign and sets in the west. So that number 31 is in the fourth portal. And this is the fall. On that day, the day is equalized with the night and becomes of equal length, and the night amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts. And the sun rises from that portal and sets in the west, and returns to the east, and rises 30 mornings in the third portal, and sets in the west in the third portal. So that 31 is the fourth portal. But then when you go all the way down to the end, this is verse 31 of Enoch 74. And on that day the sun rises from that portal and sets in the west and returns to the east and rises in the third portal for 1 and 30 mornings and sets in the west of heaven. On that day the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts, and the night is equal to the day, and the year is exactly as to its days 364. So that 31, the last 31 of the year, is the third portal. So they are separate. The vernal equinox in the spring, that
Right.
last day, the 31st day,
Right.
like the day
Transitions are
before the
from
vernal equinox is the third portal. And then the fourth portal is the next day, and that's the equinox day.
right.
Guys, I'm not trying to confuse you with the equilux and like the divider day or whatever. I'm just explaining like how Enoch has it written right in here. So,
Yeah. No worries.
Marissa, I am so not a numbers person, so I appreciate your your mind calculating and figuring things out. I appreciate you and Jeremy
Thank
and
you.
Katrina. And I can believe it and repeat it, but to figure it out is not everybody's forte.
Yeah.
Yep, same here.
Well, that's super interesting. Now I'm curious, like, does the full moon only rise and set in the same um portal in the spring and the fall? So that is the full moon. The one that I was just looking at is the full moon a week before the equinox, because that was March 14th.
And
So I'm gonna quick go look and see in September to see what that full moon is saying before trumpets, to see if it's the same.
And forgive me if I'm wrong, but Jeremy, didn't you say like in one passage of Enoch where like 2 seasons are literally cut off and we don't know about the other 2? But is it the spring
Yeah.
and fall the only ones that we do have?
So, chapter 82 of Enoch. So we have spring and then we have summer. And then we don't have fall or winter.
Okay. Yeah, that's odd.
That's all that they described it as. Maybe they just considered spring and summer one season, fall and winter a second season, and we in our modern age have delineated it a little more.
Right,
That
totally.
that would be an understandable case if he didn't explain all 4 seasons in the rest of his writings. So,
Ah.
so,
Oh, okay. Well,
so
yeah, blew that for me, Jeremy.
yeah.
What I think is interesting is he talks about horror and frost and all that other stuff. And before the flood, I mean, they didn't really have any of that, right? They didn't know cold and hot like we do now. I mean, they didn't even have rain.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he was talking about the ice wall back then, or maybe, yeah, because he knows the end from the beginning, so he had them created already, ready to go for when the flood and the rains came.
Well, according to some really super old ancient maps, it actually shows, animals and hills and castles all over the place. And it doesn't show an
Yeah,
ice wall. It's a flat Earth map, but it doesn't show an ice wall. It shows like tropical. Um,
yeah.
around the edges, around the circumference, it shows a tropical world. And of course, we know that a lot of things changed with the flood and other cataclysms. So who knows what the world was like back then?
Yeah. I believe before the flood, it was basically all tropical, and it's like Scripture says, the plants were watered from the dew or the fog that would come up because, like in the rainforest, for example, it's always constantly like dew and fog, and the trees are basically watering themselves because they produce that moisture.
And
It's
according
actually
to the
pretty
God
amazing.
culture, according to the God culture video on the Garden of Eden and the rivers, that was very interesting. I watched that after you showed a usurp of it, Jeremy. He
Yeah.
says originally only 15% of the earth was covered in water, versus now, what is it, like 70% of the earth is covered in
Yeah.
water? So there wasn't the huge division of the seas. There were rivers, but there was much more land. I guess that's why they find cities under the oceans.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
But
and we
things
see all
change.
that water now because the flood water is still here to this day. That's why the oceans, it's not from the rivers, it's from the water from above and from the fountains of the great deep that we still see today.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
in the deserts, it says during the millennial reign that those nations who do not observe Sukkot, there will be no rain. Can you imagine a country not having rain for 1,000 years? And look at the vast amount of areas in our realm now that are deserts.
Yeah, that's a good point.
There's a lot of desert that probably used to not be there.
Yeah, you are right. A lot of fascinating information.
Mm. Jeremy, were you done explaining the calendar? You were doing a great job, and you were going into a lot of detail today. Were you finished?
I was just about to finish here, actually.
Okay, or did you
Uh,
have any more?
so basically, just what I wanted to go through was, saying, oh, um, saying that the sun is this great sign, and that the sun, the equinox, is marking day 4 every single year, according to Yahuwah. It's not something men can change. It's impossible for a man to change what Yahuwah has made straight, as we've seen a lot. You know, we just went over, we're still determining how the moon's used exactly, but we know what the moon is not used for, and it's not used for determining days or months or Sabbaths. That's not what they're for. We've been over last discussion how Saturday was not the 7th day in our history. The Saturday was actually day 1 of an 8-day week during the time of Messiah. And that's pretty substantial and significant, because that destroys the claim that Saturday has been the preserved Sabbath since the time of Messiah. Because if Saturday was day 1 at his time of an 8-day week on the Roman calendar, then that's legitimately destroying Saturday as a preserved Sabbath day.
People just don't understand, or they don't know history. I mean, I always heard that Saturday was preserved for all of time. And I parroted that until I learned otherwise, and it makes sense. We give way too much homage to the Gregorian and the Hillel calendars.
Yeah,
And
it's true.
don't consider the pagans who changed them. And somebody had posted a few weeks ago, or a week ago, the video about, it was called Constantine Deception, the Constantine Deception. And it was only like about a half an hour video, but it was very good, explaining how he actually made Saturday and Sunday so it satisfied the Christians, the Jews, the pagans. But by doing that, he made sure that all of them would always be off.
Yep,
It was
exactly.
It was a very good video. Was that posted in our group here? I don't know. Maybe somebody sent it to me privately.
Yeah, no, that was in one of our groups. I remember watching that.
Yeah, maybe you can repost it. And I would encourage everybody to watch it. It's short, but it is very concise and specific of what happened and when.
Was this from
Yeah.
World's Last Chance?
Was it from what?
World's Last Chance.
I don't know.
No, they have longer videos. I think it was a different one. I'd have to go back and look when I get a
I
chance.
looked it up
I'll do that.
Maybe I'll post it in the group. It was really good.
Yeah.
I listened to it twice.
And here's an example on screen. You can search it out. It's the Roman peg calendar, or it's the Roman parapegma. So we see Saturn, Sol, Luna, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, and Venus. Saturn, the god Saturn, showing day 1 of this week.
From my understanding of that, the populace was still on lunar, and they were, because that's where they came from, and Rome had changed to a more solar calendar by that time, and so they were still tracking the first day of the month and the first day of the week was Saturn's day, and they were comparing it to the temple Jews. I mean, there wasn't an 8-day as far as I'm aware, up until Constantine, they did not have an 8-day week that included the pagan planetary names. They had something else going
Yeah,
on. And so
yeah.
they
So
had two different calendars. And the one
yeah,
looked like that, whatever you called it, from the Baths of Titus. And that was on one wall, and the Roman was on the other. And so the common people, they used that one. And then they just did their government stuff. They looked at that to know which day was what, and it was just pegs they put back and forth.
Now,
yeah. It was
about the
That's how I
Julian
understood
calendar,
it.
because the Julian calendar did have the planetary weeks. Is that the calendar that you guys are talking about?
When did the
yeah. So
Julian calendar bring in the planetary week? I understood that it was with Constantine,
So
and he switched it around and made it so Sunday was the first day, and Saturn's day was the seventh day, and made it an uninterrupted cycle, where before that whole Baths of Titus thing was a moon calendar, not a sun calendar. And
yeah,
so they
correct.
didn't
So
tie in the pagan planetary week. That was lunar until
yeah, so
Constantine brought it into the sun calendar.
exactly. So they had an 8-day week, but the 8th day it was basically, where where do you think they got it from? The divider day and so forth. It was basically a day not counted, so they didn't have it on like named after a god or anything. But it was called the noonday or something like that. But it was a day, where they had festivals and they did commerce and all kinds of stuff. But yeah, during the time of Constantine, he changed all that. He took the 7 days that were named after the gods, and instead of Saturn's day being day one, he made it Sol Invictus day one, because Constantine was named after Sol Invictus, and that's who they worshipped because he's the sun god, whereas Saturn is the god of Saturn, represents Satan as well, actually. And then
I would
during
really like to see that, because I have not, in all my studies, and I've done a lot of it, I have not come across that they had 7 days. The 8th day they didn't count, and then they started again. I haven't seen the two integrated. So if somebody has come across that, will you please let me know
yeah,
where I can examine it? Thank you.
so that's going to be in the second PDF I sent. But here on the bottom, I'm going to have the sources cited to that. So here, so when it talks about the 8-day week they used to have, like the first 7 they counted here as full time. This is from that article. First 7 days were full time, and while the 8th was called the Nundinum. So this day had been set aside for trade and political activity. It was the day of all Roman trade fairs and the day of public meeting. And more interesting, the fact the Romans themselves thought their week to be 9 days, since it was numbered from noonday to noonday. Sorry, it's a tough word. But from the beginning of the week. So in other words, each nooning marked the beginning of a new week and the conclusion of a previous one. So in Rome, the earliest reference to a 7-day week is supposedly from the time of Augustus, which was from 27 BC to AD 14. But this was eventually officially adopted by Emperor Constantine in AD 321. So that's going to be that second article I had sent you, sister, and then, like I said, all the links to the sources are here on the bottom as well.
Right. I'm going to have to prove that out, because I haven't found, although people have said it, I haven't found the support for it. So if you've got support for it, that's pretty cool. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Oh yeah, that video, Sarah. Yeah, exactly. That's actually a really good video. Even though they're moon followers, but they have good information on
we haven't
Saturday
listened
not
to their videos to figure out what they were, other than they use the sacred names and they're right about Constantine, but maybe they'll come into the truth, because they say they're always searching. So hopefully they'll come into the
Yeah,
truth on the calendar.
I pray. Yeah. I left them a message or a comment on their video, basically explaining, hey, if you guys are interested, I have this information, I will send it. But I haven't gotten a response.
How long ago was that?
It was when I first posted the video a couple weeks ago, actually.
Well, everyone who goes on there, maybe we should all start suggesting it, because none of us ever question the calendar until we start questioning it. And somebody, I mean, I never questioned it until somebody else started talking about a different kind of calendar.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
it caused me to start looking.
Exactly.
And how many hundreds of people want them to go through whatever their study is to prove them that their calendar is wrong and their other calendar is right? And
yeah,
so they just might not have had time to get into it yet. Or maybe
yeah, no,
they've
I
just heard
understand.
all the arguments and they're tired of it.
No, I understand. I feel that. I feel that. So, actually, what I wanted to get into, and really excited to get into, actually, is what was found in Cave 7 of the Qumran community. And what we find here is going to be a connection with the New Testament and the Dead Sea Scrolls. I'm going to play, it's actually Victor's video, which he does a really great job of breaking it all down here. And this is actually where I found a lot of this information, was from Victor's video here. But I wanted to go ahead and play it. And then I have a lot of the sources cited here that he uses. Unfortunately, he doesn't share them in the on his link or in the description at all. So I had to find the links.
Have you and Katrina had any luck with Victor?
Unfortunately,
I mean,
he hasn't come around to the Divider Day. We basically stopped talking about that with him. It's clear he's not interested in learning about it. I don't hold anything against him. I don't hate him. Like, he does still present pretty good information besides that.
Yeah, I wanted. I told him that he did a good job on the video, but that was it.
Yeah.
It keeps echoing.
All of a sudden, everybody, including myself, there's an echo. There wasn't an echo a few minutes ago. Do you know what's
Well, I think it's because we were trying to talk at the same time, and we just happened to unmute at the same time. So there was just an echo for a moment. But here, so I'm gonna mute myself, and then we're gonna play this video here by Victor, and then we're gonna go over some of the information that he has brought to the table here, which is really fascinating, especially when you look more into it. I shared a bunch of the links already in the chat, which I have open in the other tabs here, but we'll go over that after his video here, which is it's really amazing. So let's go ahead and watch.
This video is for everyone and anyone interested in biblical history. Number one, to all the Christians and Hebrew roots, if you are not familiar with the Dead Sea Scrolls, I'm about to tell you something amazing about the entire story of the Dead Sea Scrolls. So here we go. We're going right into the story. In case you didn't know, the Dead Sea Scrolls were found multiple times before 1948. Now, the first one is the one I want to talk about because this one is one of the most important ones. So somewhere around 900 AD, we have the Timothy 1, or the first, letter 47, that was written. And in it, it talks about a discovery in the caves where a bunch of Jews found certain scriptures. Now, the ones talked about were New Testament scriptures. And so this guy, Timothy, was talking about how he has multiple scribes for the Septuagint and the Hebrew. And when he heard of this discovery, not only is he writing it down in this letter, but he asked the person that he heard it from. He said, okay, so if you found New Testament scriptures, tell me if you find this in there. Because it is believed that the scriptures they found were in Hebrew or Aramaic as well, and not just Greek. And he was using the Greek for the New Testament. In doing that, though, he asked certain questions. Oh, does it say, curses anyone that hangs on the wood? Does it say, what eye has not seen and ear has not heard? Does it use Psalm 51, where it says, sprinkle upon me the hyssop from the blood of your cross? As this is not found in the Septuagint or the Hebrew text. And so he wanted to know, just like we do today in the Hebrew New Testament, we want to know what certain words were, certain verses that, the Greek has as an interpolation or something else, if it's actually founded in the Hebrew. So it's amazing that this happened in 900 AD. And so basically they found a lot of New Testament manuscripts and others, because they found 200 Psalms of David as well and many others. This is what sparked a huge messianic movement for the New Testament in the 900s. This is incredible because this is the first time, this is the first record we have that the Qumran caves were discovered. This is actually the first time, but it's not the only time. And so the next time they were discovered is when the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs was revealed in the mid 14 to 1500s. And when those were discovered, those also came from a cave in the Judean desert that were written in Hebrew and then translated into Greek, Aramaic, and Latin, to which they are fully preserved today. And even the Syrian Orthodox Church keeps these as part of the canon because that's where they came from. So now, when we fast forward to 1948 and there's only 3 testaments in there instead of the 12, well, we know why the other 9 are missing, or at least that the 3 they left behind might have been duplicates because the others were taken. But that, again, 1948 is too late. It was discovered again in the 1880s, where the Moses scroll was discovered in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And the Moses scroll was made famous by Moses Shapira, who was a Jew that was a Christian. And I'm not going to share everything about his story, but basically the entire text of his Moses scroll was a first-hand account of the book of Deuteronomy without third-person insertions. And so everywhere in Deuteronomy where it says I, or the Moses spoke, or the Lord spoke to me, or the Lord said unto me, and not the Lord said unto Moses, everything that's first person is recorded properly in the Moses scroll. And the 10 Commandments are in there as well. They're different. The 10 that we know are actually 9. And the 10th commandment in the Moses scroll is don't hate your brother in your heart. And several other things about the traveling path they took when they were conquering each city throughout the book of Numbers is actually in proper order in the Moses scroll than it is in the book of Deuteronomy. So apart from that, though, the Moses scroll was written entirely in 1st century Paleo-Hebrew. It was transcribed into modern Hebrew to then be able to read the translation. And so that was in the 1880s. And Ross K. Nichols covers this very well and extensively in all his videos and his book, The Moses Scroll. Now, finally, we come to 1948 when they were as a whole discovered. And there are Old Testament manuscripts and calendrical manuscripts and Psalms and many other things that are in there. But it was only a small amount left. Now, one of the interesting things is that there were Old Testament manuscripts found And the first time it was discovered in the 900s, as Timothy mentions that in his letter 47, that there were Old Testament manuscripts discovered. So the caves have been scavenged multiple times. And again, Cave 7 is never really talked about, but Cave 7 is the one that had Mark chapter 6, verse 52 to 54. And it was in Greek, but it's the Gospel of Mark at Qumran. How awesome is that? But see, the Cave 7 collapsed, quote unquote. They blew it up and damaged it because it had New Testament manuscripts, but it wasn't, that's never presented in any of the Dead Sea Scroll books at all, because they don't want us to know that the New Testament, the apostles in them, were in fact a big part of Qumran. So I talk about this in multiple other calendar videos, but Yeshua was clearly amongst the Zadok priests at Qumran. Aside from everybody always making fun of the Dead Sea Scrolls and calling them, crazy separatists, no, they were not. And the library there is small and fragmented and everything because they have already been scavenged multiple times in history. Now, the interesting one is the Damascus document, because what we learned is that there was actually 2 full copies at Qumran. However, the one that we have from 1948 is missing certain passages. So they actually have the full one because, again, back then they found it and they preserved it in the synagogue in Hebrew. And so they take the one from the synagogue and it matches perfectly from the one in Qumran from 1948 because there were 2 copies of that full book. And so when we read the Dead Sea Scrolls from the books, they use the copy from the synagogue as well. And so people don't tend to think like, well, how did the synagogue get that? Because they found the caves before. This is a remarkable discovery. And I just wanted to put it together that, the Dead Sea Scrolls influenced the New Testament and vice versa, that the New Testament had a lot to do with the Qumran community. The Qumran community is legit. The solar calendar is legit. The story is legit. The priesthood is legit. Everything is. And it's just a remarkable story that they were found multiple times. And that's why that which was found in 1948 is not very much left. Even the Book of Enoch was fully preserved, but the research team of the Dead Sea Scrolls does not have it. It's been auctioned away by those who don't want this to see the light. The full Book of Enoch, as well as 2 other books that are unnamed. There is a first-hand account witness to this, and this guy died in the early 1990s. And since then, it's just kind of been like almost a conspiracy as to why the Dead Sea Scrolls is looked down upon, but also how not everything is found there because aside from everything being already checked 2 or 3 times in history before 1948, that even what was left today has been only what they want us to see is what they left us. I hope you enjoyed that, but this is true, and so you can look it up yourselves. The Timothy 1, letter 47, and the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs is also when it was discovered again. And then in 1886 or 7 is when the Moses Scroll was discovered. And then we have 1948 when the rest of them were discovered and brought to the world.
He who hath ears to hear, listen carefully as we speak virtue, reaching the world through the efforts of the priests, repairers of the breach, restorers of the paths, rebuilding the tents of David. Our home is found at last at the tabernacle of congregation, where we baptize and anoint our nation, performing oblations upon the brazen altar, walking in the ways of the appointed Savior with poise, escaping the noise from Satan and his poisonous nature. Without fail he accuses the brethren, using his weapons of collusion, and then sin comes upon us. and we deserve it. To be honest, we were cursed, cause we honored and were worshipping the gods of this world and was living lawless. At first to the written law without purpose and little knowledge, serving our wicked conscience. Thus, righteous judgment was handed down from the courts of the Most High. A sobering moment, but let's be holy and pure while we endure and ensure life comes forth. Let us hold tight, secure in our roles as we strive, adorned with our robes white and clean. It might seem like the loneliest road, but we stride in hope as the Most High reveals His ideals. And so we exercise patience as well as love, dwelling safe in the seventh covenant, graciously set the sustenance. Let us exemplify faith through hell and suffering, praying to quell the punishment, waiting on heaven's government to be established, as it was in the Garden of Eden, when Abba had breathed life into creation, and our forefather received the living word. No more are we called prisoners, we live and learn, and study to be approved as the sons of YAHUAH, who were lovingly given rules to better build and preserve truth. The bricks surrounding the kingdom are the 7 pillars of virtue. This is a house of wisdom. Shalom.
That's so pretty interesting information there. So some of the stuff I wanted to go over, he was discussing there, what we've brought up as well is the Dead Sea Scrolls were found a long time ago, well before the 1940s. They were discovered several times in history, as he brought up as well, and that we have gone over as well. One of the books he was talking about here and what he showed on screen was this link here, which let me share it again in the Telegram chat, but I shared it and it's in the link section of the other group. Let me see here. So this link here is going to be what we're looking at right now. So this is basically a summarized form of Bill Cooper's Authenticity of the New Testament Fragments of Qumran, which was published 2016. Which I would actually highly recommend this book as well. So, The Authenticity of the New Testament Fragments of Qumran by Bill Cooper. So I shared the link there in chat, but a section I wanted to go over, a couple sections actually, but so in 1955, 19 fragments of ancient scrolls were found in Cave 7 of the Dead Sea Caves at Qumran. So unlike most of the Dead Sea Scrolls, the ones in Cave 7 were written in Greek, and together they were assigned the label 7Q, which means Cave 7 Qumran. So 2 fragments were identified as belonging to the book of Exodus, and 1 to the letter of Jeremiah, which is an apocryphal book. And it was assumed the rest would pertain to the Old Testament. But they remained unidentified until 1972. Yep. So they are preserved under glass in, looky here, the Rockefeller Museum in Jerusalem. Again, we've gone over who these people are, where they come from, and how they are the Synagogue of Hasatan. And again, we see these fragments are in their possession. Who knows how many full scrolls were found here? Because as Brother Victor said there, it wasn't just the 1940s that these were found. All throughout history, people have found these Dead Sea Scrolls and taken the full scrolls that were there. And, like he was saying, it's why we only are finding 3 of the 12 testaments of the 12 patriarchs in the more recent find. It's because, which we'll go over as well, they had found these full books already in the past. That's why they were missing. And this is something we had brought up to Gina as well. Again, the one who's creating that Priecy calendar. We're showing, the Testament of the 12. I forget what the reason was, but she was denying it. She was tossing out the Testament of the 12 patriarchs and saying, oh, only 3 of them were found. But when you dig into the history, they were all found. They were just found well before 1940. But anyways, so this researcher, so this is a quote here from this book here, but they stand as an immensely trustworthy witness to the one single fact that is hated today among the critics and unbelievers, that the New Testament was written out, copied, and disseminated over parts of the Roman Empire during the 40-year eyewitness period by people who would have seen and heard Messiah speak. Would have heard him speak, perform miracles, and give his life on the stake or the cross, and then rise from the dead. So they bear glorious testimony to the fact that the Gospels did not begin as an orally transmitted tale that was eventually written down years after. Excuse me. So they are contemporary records written down by people who saw and heard the things that they wrote about, not idle tales half recalled by old men as they are entertaining their grandchildren. That is the value of the Qumran Cave 7 fragments. That at least remains, and remains for all time, to bear witness to the antiquity and authenticity of the New Testament, and to the truth of the word of YAHUAH. So again, I would highly recommend Bill Cooper's book here, The Authenticity of the New Testament Fragments of Qumran. So then we have a Dr. Jose O. Callahan, who spent 2 weeks examining the fragments. He was an internationally famous papyrologist and one of the very highest experts in the field. He was the founder of the Seminario de Papyrologia and the journal Studia Papyrologia. I believe that's Spanish. But so to his own amazement, he identified 9 fragments with certainty, as belonging to 6 New Testament books. To identify and date fragments, papyrologists use an array of tools. The style of calligraphy, microscopic infrared analysis, stereomicropsy, stoichiometry, I believe, massive computer databases, etc. So the vast majority of the Dead Sea Scrolls are mere fragments like those in Cave 7. The Old Testament fragments date to 100 and more years before Messiah and have been identified using the same methods that Dr. O. Callahan used. So O'Callahan, he identified the following fragments with certainty. So 7Q 4.1, we have 1 Timothy 3:16. And 7Q 4.2, 1 Timothy 4:3. Or actually, wait, so let me restate that. 7Q 4.1 and 7Q 4.2 are 1 Timothy 3:16 through 4:3. And then 7Q5 is Mark 6. 7Q6, Mark 4. 7Q6.2 Acts, 7Q7 Mark again, 7Q8 James, 7Q9 Romans, 7Q10 2 Peter, 7Q15 is Mark 6, and then this other scroll 7Q19 is probably a commentary on Romans. So what O'Callaghan found is evidence that Cave 7 held a New Testament library. So, but the fact that there are 4 fragments of Mark in all these 4 fragments, or these 4 scrolls here, which were written in 4 different hands but on the same papyrus batch, suggests not only that serious efforts were being made to copy and distribute books of the New Testament, but particularly the Gospel of Mark, very clearly on. So basically what he's saying is they were taking what was written in the New Testament and they were copying it and distributing it. Kind of like a book, you know? So the papyri of Cave 7 represents a collection of New Testament documents, some of which were multiple copies of the same books. A veritable bookstore, certainly, but also probably a, well, they say Christian reference or lending library. I'd say a follower of the ways library. And that's what all of the Dead Sea Scrolls really are, is just a library. So, I shared the article here. Feel free to read it. But there is something else I wanted to get into that's really important here. I mean, it goes over a whole lot. It's a really interesting article. But specifically right here, the demolition of Cave 7. So, in 1991, members of a symposium at the Catholic University of Eichstätt in Germany wrote to the director of the Department of Antiquities at Jerusalem to ask that Cave 7 be re-excavated. They stated that the cave, quote-unquote, had since collapsed into the Wadi Qumran. So it turns out that sometime between 1972 and 1991, Cave 7 was destroyed. And it did not merely collapse, it was destroyed. If it had collapsed, most of the material would still be on the cave's floor and entrance, but nothing remains. So Bill Cooper was convinced that it was an intentional act of sabotage, and there seems to be no other explanation. So right here we have more proof of the Synagogue of Hasatan destroying and hiding things and the lengths that they will go to hide truth. So here, I'll read a couple of these quotes from Bill Cooper himself. But had the cave simply collapsed under its own weight or by some other natural means, then where are the many tons of debris that should now be lying on the shelf that was once on the cave's floor? Where are they? The shelf is empty. The shelf is swept clean. I firmly believe that we are looking here not at the hand of nature, but at the hand of man for the cave's destruction. Someone has cleared the site and swept it clean of demolition rubble, seeking to obliterate all traces of the cave and prevent any further discoveries there. So whoever it was and whenever they did it, they wasted their time, because the New Testament fragments from Qumran were identified and published by O'Callaghan in 1972, and were again publicized and most ably defended by Theed in the 1990s, and are here being published once again for all the world to see. They are safely housed and preserved in the Rockefeller Museum at Jerusalem, and they are not going away. I don't know about the safely preserved there because, we know who these people are. But, again, this is from Bill Cooper's book, as we see up here, and the article I just linked in the chat as well. So the authenticity of the New Testament fragments of Qumran.
Safely
Safely
preserved
preserved
from
from
us.
us.
Yeah, exactly. That's how they roll. Which is what's going to bring us into this next article right here, which shows we spoke about Giza Verms and how he's a snake and a Jesuit, and he works for the Synagogue of Hasatan. So this article, this is another one Victor brought up on his video again. So it's called DSS Dead Sea Scrolls 7Q5, Mark's Gospel and the Resurrected Christ or Messiah. So let me put this in the chat as well before we go over it. And so this again is another fascinating article. But as you can see when on Victor's video there, he showed when you search out Google and so forth, it's going to say, oh no, the Gospel of Mark was not found in Qumran and so forth and so on, just blatantly lying and hiding the facts. So the facts are the following. Between 1946 and 47, the shepherds in Qumran, Israel, discovered a number of ancient manuscripts. So in Cave 7, some of the Qumran scrolls discovered a fragment known as 7Q5. The fragment clearly appears to be New Testament papyri containing sections of Mark's Gospel, chapter 6. So we just went over all of that. Here's the section in Greek that they found. So it's quite clear that this Greek passage is part of Mark's Gospel, which presents a huge problem for modern scholars, since this cave was closed in AD 68 and never reopened again until 1946 to 48. The problem is that those leading scholars whose society makes their leading thinkers are the very ones who deny them. Yep. This is the problem with scholars again, and we've gone over why. Bought and sold by the Synagogue of Hasatan. But anyway, so yet the Markan narrative in its original context shows that some people back in the time of Messiah could not see the truth, and their hearts were hardened by YAHUAH himself. So in his book, The Complete Dead Sea Scrolls in English, Giza Verms ignores the claim that 7Q5 contains Mark 6 and dismisses it as clearly unprovable hypothesis. So here we go. Mr. Giza over here, part of the plan to cover it up, involved in the cover-up. Again, adding more clarity and showing why he has all these additions and subtractions in the complete Dead Sea Scrolls. So, yet he appears to offer no satisfactory explanation why. Neither does he include the actual text in his book. And this begs the question, just how complete is his version? Yep. Just more evidence against Giza here, showing how he's a snake and a Jesuit infiltrator, bought and sold by the Synagogue of Hasatan. So the significance concerning this fragment in Mark's Gospel is very high and should not be played down by scholars. since the caves in which the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered were quite large quantities of scrolls, which are the highest importance. Today, the Dead Sea Scroll sits in the Shrine of the Book in Jerusalem, which the Israel Museum has over 1 million visitors a year. Again, that Rockefeller Museum. But that's something I wanted to point out in this article as well. You know, just more proof of Giza vermis, verms, however it's pronounced, is a snake. So this article here is just showing, you know, in the 9th century, which is, you know, about 800, the 800s, the Dead Sea Scrolls were found, which is, again, validifying or validating everything we've already discussed before. You know, these Dead Sea Scrolls, they weren't only found in the 1940s, they were found before, well before. So this is basically a letter of this man named Timothy, and in his letter 47, he's basically talking about how they found these Dead Sea Scrolls in these caves near the Jordan, now known today as Qumran. So this was back in the 800s, the 9th century. They found the Qumran scrolls, the Dead Sea Scrolls, what we know. And this is where they were finding full books. They found the New Testament. They found the Old Testament. This is just some quotes from what was written in his letter. And so here's where I wanted to actually read from. So we have learned from certain Jews who are worthy of credence, who have recently been converted to Christianity, that 10 years ago some books were discovered in the vicinity of Jericho, in a cave dwelling in the mountain. They say that the dog of an Arab who was hunting game went into a cleft after an animal and did not come out. And his owner then went in after him and found a chamber inside the mountain containing many books. Right here, Dead Sea Scrolls. So the huntsman went to Jerusalem and reported this to some Jews. Then a lot of people set off and arrived there. And they found books of the Old Testament, and apart from that, other books in Hebrew script. Because the person who told me this knows the script and is skilled in reading it. I asked him about certain verses adduced in our New Testament as being from the Old Testament, but of which there is no mention at all in the Old Testament. Neither among us Christians or among the Jews. He told me that they were to be found in the books that had been discovered there. So again, more validation of there was full scrolls found here in the 800s in the Dead Sea Scrolls, once again proving they were found long before the 1940s. So the next one I wanted to get into was this Ancient Testament of the Patriarchs. So it's a book by Ken Johnson. You know, we go over Ken Johnson. Like I have said before, he has really good information. Just take it with a grain of salt. Excuse me. So what we're going to see here, so this is what, again, was going to be found in the 1800s, I believe. And so I'm just going to go over the contents real quick, but we have the Testament of Enos, Testament of Lamech, Testament of Noah, Testament of Abraham, Jacob, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Joseph, Benjamin, Kohath, Amram, and Aaron. Then we also have these prophecy outlines, Jubilee prophecy related to the Dead Sea Scrolls, and so forth. So again, a very interesting book, and shows that the complete testament of the patriarchs was here. Plus, we have Enos, Lamech, Noah, Abraham. Then we also have Kohath, Amram, and Aaron, which are all included. So this is Ancient Testaments of the Patriarchs by Ken Johnson. I will go ahead and share this link as well. So the link I have in the group already, it's the main source to get to that page, but it also has a way you can download it or purchase it as well. Yeah, awesome, Marissa. I see your comment there. In 2 months, the moon sets with the sun in those two middle portals, in the third and fourth. The moon rises and sets with the sun at the same time on the dark new moon every lunar month. Yeah, that's when it's closest to the sun, right? Then the moon will rise and set opposite of the sun in the same portals at the same time on the full moon in portals 3 and 4 only. Yeah, awesome. You're on it.
Well, so I was
So I
reading
was
that
reading
and it
that
kind
and it
of
kind of
confused me.
confused me.
It
It
says
says
in two
in
months
2
the
months
moon
the moon
sets
sets
with the
with the
sun.
sun.
So
So
that sounds like
that
it
sounds
means
like it
that it
means that it
sets
sets
together
together
with it.
with it.
But it does
But it
that
does
every
that
month
every
with the
month with
dark
the
new
dark new
moon.
moon.
So I don't
So I
know if
don't know if
that's
that's
like a
like a
mistranslation
mistranslation or something,
because
because
the only
the
thing I'm
only thing I'm
finding
finding is
it'll
that it'll
rise and set
rise and set
opposite of the
opposite of the
sun
sun
in the third
in
and
the
fourth
third and fourth
portal
portal
on the full
on the
moon.
full moon. Interesting.
So I
So
just
I
went
just
and
went
like
and like
that's how I
that's
thought
how
of
I
it at
thought of it
first
at
when I was
first when
giving
I
you
was
guys
giving you
like
guys like
the other
the other
images with the
images with the
circles and
circles
everything.
and
And then
everything.
I
And
read
then
it
I read it
again and I'm like,
again. I'm
wait,
like,
it says
wait, it
sets
says
with
sets
the
with the
sun.
sun.
But I looked
But I
at
looked at
several
several
months and
months,
every
and every
time
time
on that
on
dark
that
new
dark
moon
new
it
moon, it
rises and
rises
sets
and
with the
sets
sun.
the sun.
And
And it's
that's
and
like
that's
how
like how
eclipses
eclipses
happen
happen
too.
too.
Um
Um,
they have to
they have to
be
be
right
right
next to each
next to
other,
each
like
other, like
riding
riding
together, and
together,
they'll like
and they'll like
overlap when
overlap
there's
when
an
there's an
eclipse.
eclipse.
But
Yeah. But
every month
every
the full
month the
moon
full
only
moon only
happens when it's
happens when it's
opposite of the
opposite of the
sun,
sun,
and the
and
new
the
moon
new moon
happens when
happens
it's
when
like
it's like
riding with
riding
the
with
sun.
the sun.
So it's
So
kind of
it's
like
kind
how
of like how like
light is
light is
reflected.
reflected.
If you have
If you
something
have
right
something right
beside your
beside your
flashlight,
flashlight,
the
the
flashlight's not going
flashlight's
to
not going to
illuminate it. But
illuminate it.
if you
But
have
if you
something
have something
across the
across the
room
room
from your
from your
flashlight, the
flashlight,
light
the
will
light will
illuminate it.
illuminate it.
And so
And
that's
so
how the
that's how
sun
the
gives
sun
its
gives
light
its
to the
light to the
moon.
moon. Awesome. Yeah, I guess there's some really bad feedback.
You were
You were
echoing a lot.
echoing a lot.
No, I am too.
Somebody might have their mic unmuted, but I don't see that. See, everyone's muted. It sounded fine to me.
I was echoing. I still am.
Yeah, I can hear
Yeah,
that.
I can hear this. Huh. Well, thank you for bringing up that information, sister. Awesome work.
Well, I'm glad you understood what
understood
she
what she
said.
Yeah.
The echoes
The
just
echoes
keep
just
on
keep on
going,
going,
even
even
with me
with me
talking.
talking.
Jeremy, could you
Jeremy, could
repeat
you
what she
repeat what
said
she
maybe?
said
Because it
maybe?
was
Because it
hard.
was hard.
Oh boy.
It's information.
What's that again?
We're getting twice the information.
Oh yeah. I don't know why it's echoing. It shouldn't be.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah, and it's
walking on
walking on
itself.
itself.
Technical difficulties apparently. So she was saying basically when it's a dark moon, that's when it's closest to the sun in its course. And when it's a full moon, that's when it's, exactly opposite and furthest away from the sun. And it rises and sets with the sun in the third and the fifth gates. Is that what you said, sister?
The third and the fourth.
The third and the fourth. So, yeah, interesting information. Do I have the video still open? Oh, you know what it is? Hold on. All right, there should actually be less of an echo. I forgot I had so I have the system sound. I had it playing that, so when I played the video here on YouTube, you guys can hear it. I forgot to turn it off.
Okay, Marissa,
Probably.
could you... Yeah, that's working now. Could you explain that all over again so we have it?
Perfect. Yes,
Yeah.
please explain, Marissa.
Okay, so in Enoch, it says, Enoch 74:5 says, in 2 months, the moon sets with the sun in those 2 middle portals, the third and the fourth. Now, what I was originally thinking was that sign of the sun and the moon being opposite each other. I don't know where I got it, but like that's like my image of what it was like in creation. Yah created the sun and the moon is full and they're opposite each other on each horizon. So that's what I was thinking when I read that. Okay, so in 2 months the moon sets with the sun in those 2 middle portals, the third and the fourth. Well, so I first went looking at the full moon, and that is true that the full moon and the sun will rise and set opposite of each other in that third and fourth portal. So you would only see that before the vernal equinox and before the fall equinox on that full moon. However, when I reread that sentence, it says the moon sets with the sun. Now, I don't know if that is a mistranslation, but I can tell you that the moon rises and sets with the sun at the same time on the dark new moon day every lunar month. Every month it does that. It will
And I can
rise and
second
set with the
witness
sun.
that.
What?
I can second witness that. I've been watching this thing for more than 15 years. Second witness.
Yeah, it does that every single month. It'll rise and set with the sun on the dark new moon. So
Every single lunar month, not I don't know
yes,
how that works with the solar months.
every lunar month, every time it's a dark new moon, it will rise and set with the sun. And the only reason it does that is because the image I was trying to give to you guys, like if you were standing there holding a flashlight and you like put your fist up right beside it, or you put an item up right beside the flashlight would not illuminate whatever you're holding in your hand. However, if you set that flashlight on the table and walked across the room and put that item directly opposite of it, that flashlight would then illuminate the item in your hand. And so that's how that happens every month with the moon, and how the sun gives its light to the moon. And like the portions of light in the moon depends on the angle. So think of it like a circle. So on the full moon, they're directly opposite each other. Now, if the moon shifts to the side, you start losing parts of light. And so that's how the moon has all the different phases to it, because it's all about the angle of the direction of light that's being given to it. So every lunar month, the moon will rise and set with the sun on the dark new moon because it's going along with it. It's like the item beside the flashlight. But as soon as the moon moves away from it and it gets around to right in front of it, that's when the full moon happens. Now, you will only see them on opposite horizons at the same time. So, like, say you look to the east and the sun is rising. If you look to the west and you see the full moon there setting, you will only see that twice a year. And that's in the third and the fourth portal that the sun is in.
Maybe you can see that in the third and fourth portal, but that happens every month too, with the full moon and the sun opposite each other.
Yes, but it's not at the same directions. So that was the pictures that I gave you. They're within like degrees of each other. So the sun rises and sets 90 degrees east and 270 degrees west twice a year. So the full moon will also rise and set at or close to, like within a few degrees of 90 degrees east and 270 degrees west.
Thank you.
Where if you go to the other full moons, like I did that, I looked at April, I looked at May, they'll be like 15 degrees off, 20 degrees off. Like they won't be in the same portal. The moon won't rise and set in the same exact spot. Visually, you might see it like, oh, okay, it's over there on that horizon, but the angle's not going to be the same.
Okay, thank you. I didn't see any pictures, so I appreciate your description.
Let me see.
Yeah, she has them in the chat here.
Yeah, who was that so I could tag you? Who was just talking to me? Ellie, maybe?
Ellie, yeah.
Ellie. Okay. I just want to tag you. Okay. So if you just click that, it'll bring you up to that spot. So if you look at the other months, they'll be like degrees off. Like I was looking at one and it was like 101 degrees but for the moon, but the sun was at like 80 degrees. So there was like a difference, like a major difference there as far as like the location that the moon will rise and set at in relation to where the sun is rising and setting at. Albeit they'll still be opposite each other on the full moon, but it won't be exactly like directly across on the full moon day. So that only happens twice a year. So that kind of perplexes me when Enoch says in 2 months the moon sets with the sun, and those two middle portals, the third and the fourth. I don't know if that's just like translated wrong. The moon sets opposite of the sun is what I would say that should say, because that's what's being seen and witnessed in the sky.
Interesting.
Yeah, and the whole thing was like we even got on this was somebody brought that up, but my point was these portals, the sun is moving through them within for 30 days or 31 days. Actually, both of those two are the 31-day months. So it's not saying which day out of that 31 days the moon will set with the sun, but that it will within that portal. but it really
Wow.
should say set opposite of the sun.
Wow. Amazing. Praise Yah.
Yeah, I wish I had the Hebrew for that. Anybody have the Hebrew for Enoch?
We don't. There is a New Testament, or not a New, a Greek version of Enoch.
Greek. Okay. I'm like anything.
It's very fragmented. Let's see. I have it here.
Jeremy,
Good.
can you send it through Messenger to me? Because I'm one of the people who can't see your video.
Here, I'll send it right here in the Telegram chat.
Thank
And
you.
I'm not sure why it's being like that. Some people can see it and some can't. Apologies. But you gotta
I
love
don't think it's your
technology.
fault. I don't think it's your fault, Jeremy. I think with some of us, it might be, I don't know what the weather's like for the other people that can't see Jeremy's video either. But I know here in Missouri, well, I guess my mom is in the same town as me, so and she could see it. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Maybe it's because we have different cell phone carriers. I don't know.
Maybe something's going on with Telegram. Some kind of glitch. Hopefully the recording is going to be recording the videos. It should be. So, I mean, we can always go back, anyone can always go back and watch it as well, just to see if they would like. So here, that book about the ancient testament of the patriarchs, I sent the link for that as well. But when we look it up on the Wikipedia site here, so it's talking about the testament. The testaments were written in Hebrew or Greek and reached their final form in the 2nd century CE. And in the 13th century, they were introduced in the Western world through the agency of Robert Grosseteste. So that man translated it to Latin, and that's when it became popular. But the 2nd century CE form is what was found here in the Dead Sea Scrolls back in the 1800s. It's really fascinating. And then again, another find from the 1800s was the Moses Scroll. Translated. So we have this site here. It's talking about the Moses Scroll. Let me share it. So there was a man, Moses Shapira, who found the scroll back in the 1800s, 19th century. So 19th century saga of Jerusalem antiquarian bookseller William Moses Shapira. So that was his full name. So his 16 leather strips inscribed in Paleo Hebrew, purportedly discovered by Bedouin on the east side of the Dead Sea in the 1860s. So here we go, more Bedouin finds, sheep herders finding the caves. This time, this was the discovery in the 1860s. Which also, there's another, it's called Fragments of a Zaydokite Work. It was put out in 1910, but it also talks about the same find here in the 1860s. So they were these leather strips with the Paleo Hebrew, which matches perfectly. Sorry, I was looking at the chat. My bad. So these strips, leather strips found in Paleo Hebrew, which is what most of the Dead Sea Scrolls were found. They were found written on leather. But as we could see, not all were written on leather, and there was papyrus as well. It just depends on which cave and the findings. One second, let me read your comment here, Marissa. Okay, so yeah, the Greek Book of Enoch, it's going to be fragmented out like the Dead Sea Scrolls are. So it's not going to have all chapters and such in there.
Oh no, like I'm trying to put that in a translator and it's just not popping anything up.
Yeah, because the Greek is missing from that verse that you're showing. Because the Greek would be on the top right there.
Oh, it
But
would?
yeah, so it's missing from there, I believe. Yeah, so the Ge'ez, that's actually the Ge'ez or the Ethiopian translation at the bottom there. That's not Greek. That's the Ethiopian.
Oh.
Yeah, pretty interesting.
Okay.
So they have, it's 4 different translations. It'll be the Greek, the R.H. Charles, Shodes, Lawrence, and then the Ge'ez or the Ethiopian translation. But the Greek,
Wow.
unfortunately, is fragmented out there, so it's missing.
That's
Okay.
kind of irritating a little.
Yeah.
They're
Right.
trying hard to figure. Of course, it's fragmented and we can't see it.
Just like everything else, huh?
Jeremy, I have a question.
Yeah.
So I know last week I had mentioned to you that I think the God Culture showed that a map in like, oh gosh, it was either the 17 or mid 1800s where you see Qumran or Bethabara being changed to Qumran. And it's again right around that area where we know that the time, you know, quote unquote, is starting to get like messed with and everything. So, and then, you know, for the Dead Sea Scrolls to, you know, supposedly come out, you know, a shepherd boy found it by throwing a rock in the cave in 47, 1 year before Israel, quote unquote, becomes a nation. So we know that that was, you know, strategically planned, right? So
Yeah.
but they knew that that place used to be Bethabara. And they also knew that that was the place that the true community, where, you know, Yah's stuff was most preserved. I mean, they knew that. To change Bethabara to Qumran was intentional. And again, saying that a shepherd boy found it in 1947, again, was intentional. So for them to say that they found, I mean, who's to say that they just didn't say they found it, but that they've already known about it? I mean, because when you look at Qumran caves, it looks like a big melted building. I mean, so they knew what that place was there for.
Yeah. And it contains, you know, as we see, a library of books and information. Yeah, and all these finds of it in the past that they don't even mention all this stuff mainstream. It's stuff you have to actually search for, and then you find out, oh look, the 800s they found these caves, and then here again in the 1800s they found them, and then again in the 1900s,
Right.
and yeah, it's
I'm just saying it's too like strategically like placed for me because um in the maps, I mean, they clearly knew it was originally called Bethabara. In
oh
order for
yeah,
them to completely change it and name it Qumran, especially to confuse the people that are searching for the truth and not knowing that, that was the place that, Yahusha was baptized by John, and that the, Zadokite priests were and preserved all of his stuff. And it's just, for them to be like, oh, we found it, we found it, we found it. I don't think they found anything. They knew exactly where it was this whole entire time.
yeah, I would agree, because that's not even 100 years difference from this find to 1947. So it was like 80 years later, and you're telling me they forgot where that was, and they just happenstance to find
Exactly.
it.
Exactly. And what better way to explain away, oh, it was fragmented and we don't have all of the translation because we just found it. To me, it's just a big
Yeah,
excuse to
and
hide, like you said, just the truth of what the translation actually says.
yeah, I agree. And then that same narrative found by Bedouins, and the same information up here. Oh, some guy was, his dog went into a cave and mysteriously happenstance upon these
Yeah,
scrolls.
yeah. It sounds like the same excuses that the guy from my lunch break says when, fires were
Yeah,
started, that, a cow tipped over a candle and lit the whole city of Chicago on fire. It's one of those stories that, nobody thinks to question because, we weren't there, but yet, it sounds silly once you realize how many people, quote unquote, found these caves at
yeah,
different parts of time, and yet, yeah.
yeah. Yeah, here, see, 1860s, discovered by Bedouin on the east side of the Dead Sea. Same exact
What
story we get in
happens?
the 40s. Oh, go ahead.
What what happens if somebody discovered this but didn't discover that, and then there were different parts of it discovered at different times, and each thing was you know was an amazing thing in itself, and they didn't get too much further. And that's a thought for me. I don't know. I think that there is definitely conspiracy, especially when you get into it and you find out, yep, there were definitely New Testament stuff in there, you know. But what if
And
it's
up the
just
caves.
been, piecemeal, the caves?
Yeah,
Now, and now, the Rockefellers are powerful enough that they can do something about it.
yeah, absolutely. That it's a good hypothesis. Honestly, we don't know the full story of what was found clearly because, as we can see, there's a lot of tampering going on with what was actually found, when it was found. None of these mentions are made, public basically. Like they're not mainstream. They're not things that are told like, oh, hey, 800s they found Dead Sea Scrolls, and then 1800s they found it, and then 1900s they found it again. And the fact that they destroyed Cave 7 between 1975 and 1991 to try to hide the fact. And then again, the Rockefellers, of course, it's in their possession. These are they're very higher up type people. who can basically do what they want. And then,
Right.
they
And
can
that's one of
fragment.
the reasons why I'm sorry.
No worries.
That was one of the reasons why I was thinking that maybe something was found now and something was found another time and something was found another time, as opposed to them being fully aware of all of them and having a handle on it. Because if they had, they wouldn't have they wouldn't even let any of the cave 7 out. They
Yeah.
assumed what it was. And so, but then after they did discover it, oh boy, that it supported the
Yeah.
New Testament, because the whole New World Order thing is to destroy faith in Christianity. And there's a difference between the organization of Christianity that was taken over and the true basis of our Messiah and his spirit with us.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I believe they have known about it the whole time, but they just, in the 1940s, they were basically forced to reveal it because there's like this committee that came up against them because they found out about them. They were like, "Hey, we need to make this information public," and like they were refusing to make it public. So like this whole committee, they got together and they like basically forced them to make them public.
Oh, I hadn't heard that part. Thank you.
Yeah, it's very interesting. But yeah, I would agree. They've known about these, but they put out these stories like, "Oh, look, they were found here and then rediscovered there." I'm sure they know where all these perfect scrolls, these 100% copies, they know where they're all located. They know where they're at. They just don't want us to know. They're only going to give us these fragmented remaining pieces that were left in the caves. And then they claim, "Oh, look, this is what we found." Well, no, they no doubt found all the scrolls, if not most of them. They're just hiding them from our view because they don't want us knowing the truth. It would expose exactly who they are, which already, many of us know who they are. But this article, yeah, it was just going over. So there's this book here. It's by Herman Guth. It's called "Fragments of a Leather Manuscript Containing Moses' Last Words to the Children of Israel." Basically, this is about that this scroll of Moses, the Moses scroll that was found, which it actually goes into, it's basically a first-person view of the book of Deuteronomy, I believe. Yeah, book of Deuteronomy of Moses, which Victor kind of explained on his video as well. But this is just another article going more into it. So the scroll of Deuteronomy brought to light by Moses Shapira in 1878 that was initially dismissed as fraudulent. Yep. And then after the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls in nearby Qumran, some modern-day scholars are re-evaluating the initial skepticism. Yep. Because it gets made public and then they're forced to. But then, so not only discusses the background, but contains a translation, a transcription of the Paleo-Hebrew it was written in, and a commentary. So we have more Paleo-Hebrew found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, as well as modern, Aramaic-style Hebrew. We also have found Greek, which is really fascinating.
That is amazing, because the whole story is that, Moses was a made-up story. And somebody back in the, around Ezra's time just made up a bunch of stories and wrote them down with the Second Temple. So, thank you.
Yeah, The Dead Sea Scrolls prove all of that. That is just nonsense. You know, it was Moses. Absolutely. And then this Moses scroll here is by Ross Nichols, I believe. But yeah, it's the book of Deuteronomy, first person perspective from Moses himself.
Does it tie in with the Jubilees?
Can you repeat that again? You were breaking up a bit.
Oh, has anybody read it? Does it like tie in with Jubilees?
Oh, I have not read it actually. I only know of this because of watching Victor's video just the other day. So I was going to look into all of this a lot deeper. Since I started finding a lot of this stuff and was looking deep into it. There's also some things I was looking into about 4Q320 we were trying to get into. There's just so many things I need to study deeper into.
Well,
I only
thank
have
you
so
so much.
Yeah, no problem.
I mean, it's like, no, you should have had it all down by now, even though you just found out about it last week, right?
Yeah. Yeah, some people expect that, but it's just not possible. So, this was John Strugel. Yeah, so he was one of the ones who was he was for this Moses scroll. He found the Moses scroll. He was the one who also found the full book of Enoch and 4 other full scrolls that he personally saw himself. Then when he told that about these things, you know, he basically said, "Oh, there's all these extra scrolls that I've seen full scrolls of." He was killed, and fired. But before he was killed, he was of course fired and ousted. He started basically becoming anti-Judaism because he was reading. He had first-hand accounts of reading these scrolls. And this is kind of what I'm going to go over right here. It's called the Haaretz interview controversy. So after he made these discoveries and read into it, like he was what was he? A scholar, an editor, and he looked deeply into the Dead Sea Scrolls, like basically like a Rachel Elior style. So he was an editor-in-chief, and then this interview happened here in 1990. Strunel gave an interview to Haaretz, in which he said that Judaism was a horrible religion which should not exist. He also said that Judaism was a Christian heresy, and we deal with our heretics in different ways. You are a phenomenon that we haven't managed to convert, and we should have managed. And there was a condemnation of his comments, including an editorial in the New York Times, as a result of the interview. Then Strunel was forced to take early retirement on medical grounds at Harvard, and he was removed from his editorial post on the Scrolls Project by Israel Antiquities Authority, which cited his deteriorating health as a reason for his removal. No, it's because he was calling out who these people really are, because like I was explaining earlier, when you read what's in the scrolls and you find out who these people really are, and you look into the history, that we've also gone over. This is why he was saying these things, saying they were a horrible religion that shouldn't exist, because he knows the history. He knew that they had found these complete scrolls in there and were saying nothing about it, because he had read these scrolls. Of course, they're not going to mention that here on Wikipedia. Victor went into it a little bit on his video as well. But as we can see, he was forced, quote unquote, to take an early retirement, released on quote unquote medical grounds, and then discredited like everything he was saying, just discredited. Kind of like what they do to Rachel Elior and all the other ones who know the truth about the Dead Sea Scrolls. They do everything they can to discredit it.
Oh, so
And
making it look like he might have been getting dementia and he was confused when he said this stuff, so they retired him.
precisely, exactly.
Did it
All
say
because of
translation?
these people.
Sorry.
These people here, the Israel Antiquities Authority, who is owned by none other than, the Rockefellers and so forth. Here's that link here. I'm not sure if I shared this link, but it's the Wikipedia link where I'm reading this from. I'll share it here in the chat. But yeah, if you scroll down to where it says Haaretz interview controversy, you'll see what I just read there. But yeah, they dismiss him as, oh, he has deteriorating health, he's going crazy, he doesn't know what he's talking about, don't believe him. Same thing they do to Rachel Elior. They say, oh, she's crazy, she went off the charts, she's discredited. Same thing really they do with anybody who does not follow the narrative.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
it's crazy that the people in our own Zadok group and the names that they've been calling me for trying to tell them about the errors and calendars and stuff like that. It's you see who these Pharisees type people are. It's just awful. Like when I found that Moses Shapiro was killed too.
Yeah.
It just breaks my heart.
Jeremy, did you say what translation? Did you say what translation those full copies of the scrolls were?
One of them was Enoch, and they were in the Hebrew, Paleo Hebrew, I believe.
And he was able to transcribe them?
Apparently so.
Well, no wonder.
That information is very hard to find, of course, because, they don't want us knowing that.
Right.
And, that's kind of what Victor brought up as well. They want it to be this, conspiracy theory, but it's actually a fact. And, it's evidenced by even hearing the Wikipedia about it, the way he was exposing the synagogue of Hasatan. And, we've definitely gone over who they are. I'm sure everyone here knows who they are.
Conspiracy theorist just means that you're conspiring against the theory that they gave you. That's all it means. It means you're conspiring.
Yeah.
You're being a conspirator against the main narrative that they gave you. How dare you?
Yeah, that's exactly it. If you don't fit the narrative, it's a conspiracy theory.
And the irony is theirs is the conspiracy and they're projecting because they're not telling it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Firing against the truth.
Yeah, it's just so amazing. More and more confirmation about it as well, The lengths that they go, destroying caves just to hide evidence and discredit things. And, they go to great lengths to discredit the Dead Sea Scrolls. And it's really sad because a lot of people believe it.
Because like you said, not a lot of people believe not a lot of people know who the true or who those people are. When you can see past that lens, it opens up a broader picture for you to understand,
Yeah.
And they're putting out so many misleading like go down this rabbit trail and that rabbit trail and some other one to support whatever. They just want us all confused. They don't want us all on the same page.
That's exactly what it is. They just want That's because Satan is a author of confusion. So that's what he postulates. Like he goes, he wants us all to be confused, all on different pages, all not understanding. So that way we have what we have now. You know, there's all this fighting and arguing and like, no, I'm right, no, I'm right. And it's like,
And these are among the people who really want to do what's right through the scriptures. These aren't from people who don't care.
and that's the sad part.
Well, and if you think about the fact that, the Jews, they have their claws in everything, they're the CEOs of BlackRock, they're the CEOs of Vanguard, they are in the pharmaceuticals, they are in the news industry, they're in the entertainment industry, they're in the porn industry, they're in the food, every big huge corporation that literally runs this world, they're in it. They're in the banking, they're in everything. And if they can control everything, I mean, again, that's what makes it easy for me to just be like, yeah, I mean, they're the mother harlot. She's literally the one that causes all the nations to drink of the wrath of fornication, because it's in every aspect.
House.
Yeah.
Funny, Jew made up word in the 1600s.
Yeah, it is. It's supposed to be Yehudim.
Yeah, putting Yah's name in there instead of, yeah.
Yeah, they go to great lengths to hide who they are. You know, they're literally the harlot that's riding the beast. You know, that beast is Rome, the papacy. And,
right.
you know, we see more and more of that the deeper we look.
Well, and now they're even, they're the ones that promote the LGBTQ community and like the drag queens and everything. I mean, they're promoting that.
Yeah, it's really sad.
It's a system. Individuals that have that kind of attitude. So every system gets I mean, not our Abba, but every system that Thank you. Did you have something else you were going into? I don't know why I'm not hearing anything.
I hear you, Ellie, but I don't hear anyone else.
Thank you. Are you Heidi?
Yes, I'm Heidi.
Okay, good. I'm gonna. Weezer means Heidi. Okay.
Did we lose Jeremy?
Looks like he just came back on. Miranda just came back on.
Okay.
But he went back off.
Yeah, I can't hear him. Can anyone hear me?
Yes,
I can hear you, Greg.
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Sorry.
Welcome back.
Lost connection for a second.
I wish my dad could listen to this conversation. He doesn't believe in the flat earth. I can't get him to believe that, but he's been calling these people the mice as long as I can remember.
The mice.
Because you can't talk the mice. Yep, he calls, because you can't say the word.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
he's researched it, and then he gets kicked off the internet, or he's had a lot of trouble with his computer because of the things he's researched in the past. But he's called them the mice, and he knows who they are. But this would be a great group for him to be involved in. But he doesn't remember new information very well, so he'd be back in the 80s or 90s with his information in the Bible. But
Wow.
it's nice to know other people who know who these people are.
I think that's pretty good, you know, like mice are they multiply, they make messes, they stink.
And they do it underground usually too. They're
Right,
hidden and they're
or in
sneaky.
dark corners where you can't see them. The only way
But
you know they're there is because you smell them, right?
and
They're
we
You see
knew
the little
actually
droppings.
a German soldier. He fought in the German war. He's a German, not a Nazi, and he called them the clique because they destroyed Germany, and that's
Yeah.
why Hitler wanted them out, because they were destroying it.
See, and
Yep.
Oh,
they did such a stigma on on the Nazis and everything, and my husband has dug a little bit into it, and the thing is it I'm not saying that, what happened was okay, but I think that it was a I don't know. I think it was I think it's more than what we are led on to believe is I guess what I'm just going to say about it.
It's
yeah,
who's writing the
especially
history.
here. Pardon?
I said it's who's writing the history.
Exactly.
Yep.
Right. And
And
especially over
when
here, they kept us pretty blind to it. I've known Europeans that talked about the Jewish question. That's what they called it, but we were just completely left in the dark, you know, and told all kinds of things. But there's so much coming out, and I don't know that they did everything they were accused of doing.
I mean, I know that with some of the gas chambers with the doors, there was people that could prove that those were made and put on well after that supposedly happened, And again, you can't really find too terribly much. The stuff that you can find is seriously censored. Because, and again, like if that stuff were true, it should be very easy to look up and to see all sides of it, but you don't. You only see one side.
And then
Yeah.
Churchill in our country, they threw sulfur and fire. I mean, we destroyed Germany. To such an extent. I mean, the stuff that we threw on them, it caused their blacktop to melt. And this German soldier that we knew, and they have movies on that, but he came home and his parents were dead, and but we, America and England, went in and just destroyed Germany big time, just annihilated them. And then the Bolsheviks came in and were allowed to do
Yep.
whatever they wanted.
It's because the CIA was part of that propaganda. I actually have a good playlist on YouTube I can share, but it goes into a lot of detail about that. Basically, as much as they'll let you for a YouTube video. But it goes into, they were talking about how this German quote unquote Nazi was making lampshades out of people. And that wasn't even true. It was propaganda put out by the CIA. And, the gas chamber thing, they were saying, oh, this is where they killed millions and millions of people. And, like, the evidence is there that millions of people did not die. And most of these quote unquote gas chambers were just shower chambers. And the reason
A
they have
delousing,
a
delousing
delousing
chambers.
and
Yeah.
and a lot of the stuff was like Miranda was saying, it was added on after the fact to make it appear as it was a gas chamber because
And
the
my
art.
dad says, "Where's all the bodies? Where are all the bodies?"
Yeah, exactly. That's where they come up with they just buried them, buried mass bodies.
Right, and then they have like the
Like,
shoes, you know, that big pile of shoes.
yeah.
But you could collect shoes from anywhere, to be honest.
Yeah, and that was just a collection of when they deloused their clothes. That's
Well,
what they had
I
extra,
understand. Yeah, I understand that the starvation at the end of the war was because the Allies had bombed the supply lines going to these work camps. They weren't. It wasn't even. It wasn't caused by them not being willing to feed them. They did feed them. It's just they didn't have anything to feed them in the last while, which is really sad.
I got to see a magazine article. The German soldier wouldn't give it to us because he thought we'd be persecuted for it. But it said that there were only like 50,000, maybe it was 25,000 Jews. But it was it wasn't what they say, how many were in Germany actually.
Like
And
6 million, yeah.
yeah, it was only, and Hitler gave them chances to leave. He told them to sell their businesses and get out. And those who didn't, he said, okay, now you can't sell your business, get out, take whatever you can and leave. And so there was even less left in the country when they were rounded up, and those were the ones that refused to leave. So
yeah, because they worked out the Palestine land grab with Hitler actually, because he didn't want them in Germany anymore. So he worked out a thing where they can get Palestine, which they call Israel now, and that's that's how it all happened.
Yep.
And it was actually, people like the Rockefellers and these rich families that sold out their own people for all of this. That's why a lot of them were still there in Germany, because they were stuck. Like they were basically just the sheeple that were following the leaders, and yeah, they got stuck.
Well, it was on purpose, and if you look into their international papers, what they printed on how much population they had in all of Europe between the 1930s and the end and the like 1946, 1947, there wasn't 6 million disappeared. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And to say something like this around here, you just have to be wise about what you say to who and when, and know who's leading you to say it, that the Spirit's leading you to say it, because the whole culture is so knee-jerk reaction, emotionally attached to, and those bad Germans and killed 6 million, and it's just it's really sad. And many of us believed it. We were little tiny children when they were telling us these stories.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, they did it on purpose, just like they use keywords like, racism and feminist and, and those keywords, what it does is it brings up emotion only because it's so stigmatized. And so you can't get through to regular people about this kind of stuff. It's just something they'll have to figure it out, just planting seeds and hoping that they'll see it. But yeah, it's like you said, it's a knee-jerk reaction to just even questioning it. But like all of us here,
we realize it, and we're able to look past the narrative that they give us to actually look to see what is true, and oh, it's not so true anymore.
Yeah, that's why understanding the history and who they are is really like a big key factor in that. Because a lot of people are lost in the, oh, they're Yah's chosen people and this and that. And they think, because certain scriptures say this or that, oh, we're supposed to listen to and follow the Jews, see? It's like, no, that's not what that verse is saying. It's saying, when they're reading from what Moses is saying, do what Moses is saying. That's what he's saying. And it's just his whole appeal to, Jewish authority. And that's literally the synagogue of Hasatan. Messiah himself called them that. It's clear when you look up the history who they are. It's clear when you look into their writings, that they put in an authoritative position over the Torah. Like they say, no, you need to read the Talmud and the Mishnah and this and that first and get that and then the Torah. Like the Torah is like fifth on down the line. Like they don't even care. But most of what they write, it breaks Torah. Literally everything. Not to
So
mention
the oh, sorry.
oh, go ahead.
The
I was
Ben
just going to say the disgusting acts that they do. Go ahead, though. Sorry.
right. The Ben Tov Matthew, it says, "They that sit in Moses' seat do what he says, not what they do." And I think it's Nehemiah
Yeah.
Gordon that pointed that out. And I never did understand some of that, all that, but I personally believe that I'm not supposed to do what they say anyway. It didn't make sense. So whenever I saw that, it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah. And that's how they want us to be. Like, oh, look, they're God's people. We should just follow them and listen to what they say. But no, that's why context is key as well. When you actually read the verses before and after and the whole chapter, as a matter of fact, you'll see he's talking about when they are reading for Moses. Because they are reading for Moses, they're speaking Moses' words. Listen to those words from Moses. Because the Pharisees, they speak these words, but they don't do them. They know about them, but they don't follow them. Yeah. And then I know we bring up this video a lot, but it's a testament of a nothing burger, and it's on Rumble. You can find it. The link is shared in the chat as well. I know Katrina shared it a bunch, but it's a 4-hour video, but it's definitely worth it. But it walks you step by step exactly who these people are, where they came from, and even through scriptures, it walks you through it, all the way up to who they are today. But the
I
problem
keep
is,
meaning to watch it.
yeah, no, it's a really good video. But that's the problem too, is mainstream Christianity today is all about, oh, they're God's chosen people, just listen to them and follow them. When these people, they literally own the banks and Hollywood, and big corporations, big pharma. They have their hands in everything. They're the harlot. They're the harlot, literally, of Revelation. They're riding the beast, who's the papacy. Because as we can see, when they changed Saturday from day 7, from day 1 to day 7. The Pharisees at that time, from all this research I've been doing, it appears they were following like this floating lunar Sabbath, actually. And it wasn't until the Decree of Constantine, because the Pharisees were under the Roman authority. When Constantine made Sunday day 1 and Saturday day 7. Like the Jews basically all appealed to that. He forced them basically to appeal to it, and it became, their day because they worship Saturn anyway. It's just this
Yeah,
whole deep web, and it's wild how deep it goes.
yeah. That's one of the reasons why it doesn't make sense to me that the Saturn's day through through Venus's day was actually on the Roman calendar with a skip day that wasn't counted, because the new moon and Saturn's day coincided on the first day of the month, which would have been the temple Jews on the lunar Sabbath, and then their